Let me extend a very warm welcome to all of you who are here at the regional headquarters of the University of the West Indies, and also a welcome to all of those across the Caribbean who are watching this by live stream. Today, we're having another in the series of the Vice-Chancellor's forums, and this one is on Taming the Caribbean Crime Monster, a solutions agenda. I want particularly to thank the panelists who have taken time at short notice to join us. We're going to have two panels, and we will start very shortly with our first panel. Crime is pandemic across the Caribbean. It is something which has escalated. It's affecting all aspects of social and economic life across the Caribbean. It is posing problems not only in daily life, but for some of the main industries in the region, such as tourism. It has a negative effect on investment and economic activity in general. It has reached alarming proportions, and we need to address this issue urgently. The University of the West Indies is taking this opportunity to host a forum on taming the crime monster at this time. The University of the West Indies has always been in the forefront of providing policy advice on the critical issues which have faced the Caribbean. Since our inception, almost 70 years ago, whenever there's a major policy issue, the University of the West Indies has always been in two respects involved. One, it has always provided an arena in which discussion can take place, in which research has been done. But secondly, the university has always put its human resource complement, its expertise at the disposal of governments and regional institutions in tackling all the key problems. If you look down through the history of the Caribbean, through CARICOM's history, you will see that every time there's a major issue, whether it was federation, trade, investment, natural disasters, like health issues, the University of the West Indies has always been in the forefront of making available its expertise. In the case of crime, the University of the West Indies has a wide array of skills, from security to politics, culture, psychology, a range of disciplines and expertise which can be brought to bear on this problem. Today, we only have a small sample of that expertise, and you will see as the seminar proceeds that we have solutions-oriented research. Let me, just before handing over, tender the apologies of the Vice-Chancellor, Sir Hilary Beckles. He is in Barbados chairing a meeting which is being zoomed in from all the campuses. And that meeting, unfortunately, clashes with today's event. But he was the instigator of this because he sees the importance of it. And he tenders his apologies and wishes you well in the deliberations today. We're going to have two panels, and I'm going to invite the chairperson of the first panel, who is Dr. Dacia Leslie, research fellow at the Sir Arthur Lewis Institute for Social and Economic Studies here at the university. She has done a lot of research in this area. She has worked both here and in the United Kingdom. I'm going to ask her to moderate the first panel, and she will introduce the four panelists. This panel will run for an hour and a half. Each presenter has about 20 minutes. So, welcome. Thank you for coming. Look forward to your input, because it's not just a matter of us making presentations. We want to hear your ideas, your comments, your suggestions. So once more, welcome. Madam Chairperson.
Thank you so much, Ambassador Dr. Richard Bernal. Today, in relation to the theme, Taming the Caribbean Crime Monster, a Solutions Agenda, we have 4 interesting presentations. And I will go ahead and just tell you a little bit about our presenters. First, we have Rear Admiral, former Commissioner Hardley Lewin. He's the former head of the Army and the former police commissioner. We also have Yonique Campbell. She's a lecturer of public policy and management in the Department of Government at the University of the West Indies here in Mona. She received her DPhil at the University of Oxford, where she was a Commonwealth Scholar, and where she continues to conduct research in a wide area of national and citizen security issues, examining South-South and regional security cooperation, the tension between national security and human rights, democratic policing, and substantive citizenship. Thirdly, we have Dr. Moncreiffe. She is Dr. Joy Moncreiffe, who is a political sociologist who completed her doctoral studies at the University of Cambridge and was employed thereafter at the Overseas Development Institute in London and the Institute of Development Studies at the University of Sussex. Throughout her tenure in the United Kingdom, she lectured and conducted research and has worked as a consultant for several international donor agencies. And finally, the last person who you will hear from in this panel is Dr. Claudette Crawford-Brown, and she is a lecturer in clinical social work and she has been doing this for the last 30 years. She is well known for innovations in social work practice, and her work addresses issues related to barrel children and migration. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and welcome our first speaker, who is Dr. Yonique Campbell.
Thank you, Chair. Distinguished panelists, invited guests, other ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It's still morning, right? First, I must say how pleased I am to be a part of a panel of such distinguished speakers. And I'm equally pleased to be adding my voice to what I see as a very important issue in the society. Perhaps the problem of crime, it is perhaps the most significant problem, right? Debatable, but I would be willing to say so. What I'm going to do with the time so generously bestowed upon me by the chair, sounds like 20 minutes, is to just set the general context by examining the current security environment and the crime problem in Jamaica. Then I want to offer some remarks on some of the institutional and other challenges, but most importantly, perhaps, and in line with the general thrust of the forum, I want to also offer some solutions, and we might want to debate those solutions. I'm not saying they are the panacea, but I will suggest them nonetheless. So Jamaica is ranked among the world's most violent states after countries such as Honduras, Venezuela, El Salvador. And we're all aware that we have a very high murder rate. I need not emphasize that. So this is one of the staggering, or shall I say normalized, aspects of the problem of crime in Jamaica. Additionally, we face a huge problem with gangs, whether we're talking about first generation, second generation, or third generation gangs, and their ability, of course, to control certain spaces, their global reach, and the threats that they pose to the rule of law. We face a huge problem with guns as well, even though we don't produce guns in Jamaica. Corruption is also a significant part of the problem with security in Jamaica. Corruption, it facilitates criminal activities, and it has a tendency to actually blur the lines between the so-called legitimate and illegitimate sector and the players involved in those two arenas. Transnational organized crime, which includes narco-trafficking, and I should perhaps tell you that during the first 10 months of 2016, 944 kilograms of cocaine, 14.33 metric tons of cannabis were actually seized in Jamaica. So Jamaica is a major transshipment, or a waypoint, they're calling it, between South and Central America and North America. So again, we're really not producing the cocaine. We do produce the marijuana, as we all know. We also face a significant challenge with money laundering, lottery scam, and of course the perennial challenge with garrisons and geopolitical spaces of insecurity, and that serves a political function, as we know. Cybercrime is also emerging as a concern for Jamaica and other Caribbean islands, and it's something I think we need to pay attention to. And it's also a global problem, evidenced, of course, by the recent WannaCry ransomware that infected computers in many countries across the world, about 99, and actually threatened critical infrastructure. In the case of the UK, you're talking about the health sector. Right? So that's an issue that we have to pay attention to. So we have to pay attention to the traditional problems around crime in Jamaica, but we also have to stay ahead in terms of the emerging threats and the problems that we'll actually face. When you combine corruption, for instance, with cybercrime, we're going to have a lot of problems, right? If you have people who are willing to facilitate and give information that can be used to actually take advantage of critical infrastructure, then we're really looking at some really dark problems here. These threats are all interconnected and are becoming even more interconnected, and some of the same criminal actors actually operate across these different criminal domains, right? Narco-trafficking, gangs, and so on. So quite a complex web is being woven, if you will. The use of information technology has also compounded the problem. Criminals have been able to use information technology to their advantage, and in some cases, they're actually using more sophisticated technologies to outsmart law enforcement officials. Illustratively, I would suggest that the Jamaican security forces rely quite heavily on intercept and other outdated methods to fight crime. But criminals are now in the habit of using other forms of encrypted technology, for instance, to communicate. So I think we'll have to put some of the resources there, to develop the necessary technology, the honeypots and so on. That's where the cutting edge technology is, so we have to keep up. So that is sort of the general context. But before fleshing out some of the challenges and offering some solutions, I would like to point out that we've actually done well in some areas. There is no shortage of national security policies, plans, and strategies. I know the JDF did a strategic review some time ago, and Commissioner Lewin, former commissioner, can probably speak to that. The Jamaica 2007 National Security Policy was the first of its kind in the Caribbean. That's also quite impressive. And I think this policy actually came at an opportune time when scholars and leading practitioners were actually rethinking and reconstructing the security discourse in line with changes globally. So I think we got in there in a very timely manner, and it was a well-constructed policy, and we've actually reviewed it since. We've also developed institutions to hold the police accountable, for instance, INDICOM, other institutions such as MOCO. And I think we're working to build up our intelligence architecture. Having said that, however, I would like to suggest that despite this impressive fact, there are some key weaknesses, which include challenges with intelligence, information sharing, long-term commitment to fighting crime, and that is a problem because of the election cycle and demands to fix the problem. So I think, politicians sometimes are under pressure from the demands coming from their constituents, that they want the quick fix solutions, they want the kind of hardcore policies, and politicians are keen to be seen to be doing something. So I think that creates a problem, the democratic challenge in the Westminster system of short election cycles and so on. I think there's also a challenge with limited investigative capacity and the way we allocate resources, and I would argue that in some instances there's actually a mismatch between security priorities and the way in which we allocate the resources. Right? The resources aren't really going to the priority areas. If gangs is the most critical problem, why is so much being spent on narco-trafficking, for instance? And there are reasons, perhaps, for that, but I'm suggesting that that is a problem. The lack of coordination among key security agencies, huge problem. We continue to operate in silos, and I think there's a tendency to compete rather than cooperate. So I think we're missing that essential criterion when it comes to implementing effective criminal strategies and so on. And I must also put my human geography hat on, and perhaps talk about some of the subnational, some of the sociological challenges. So I've outlined some of the institutional challenges, some of the critical ones. But I'd also say that there is a problem at the subnational level in terms of the erosion of state legitimacy in Jamaica. And I think we have to pay attention to some of the social processes at the subnational level in communities that have called the legitimacy of the state into question. For obvious reasons, we have to pay attention to the belief systems in these communities that underpin this challenge, right? I think there's something political going on there as well, certainly in terms of the support for gang members and so on. And I think in terms of that sociological approach, we have to pay attention to the values and the belief systems. I've done interviews in garrison communities, for instance, and what they'll tell you is that we're now educated to the system. What is that system, and what does that mean in terms of their belief in the rule of law? So there is sort of a political underpinning there as well. So without state legitimacy, I think it is going to be awfully difficult to secure voluntary compliance, and that is what you want. You want voluntary compliance and obedience, right? That is where we need to go. How do we get people to comply to the law in a voluntary manner, right? And I think that's also a complicated issue. All right, let me very briefly just offer some solutions and conclude. So in terms of intelligence, we need to create a more level playing field, and we need to ensure that we update some of the intelligence gathering strategies. Intelligence is so important. If you're dealing with narco trafficking, whatever, money laundering, you need your intelligence infrastructure to work. And I think perhaps the intelligence capability in AMOCA is very good. Is it the same for NIB? And if it is not, I think we have to ask why, and we have to create a more level playing field. So I think without the necessary capacity, these entities will not be able to carry out their core functions effectively, and we'll have some operating at a higher level than others, and that might create problems that we have to address as well. I think we need to do better at intelligence sharing as well, and I think this is a regional problem. We have the institutions in place, but I think the institutional norms have not been properly cultivated. Some of the processes are too informal, and we actually need the systems and the algorithms and so on to work, and to work in a more precise manner. The problems are actually regional and transnational, so it's clear that I would actually emphasize intelligence sharing regionally, not just nationally. And of course, in line with my critique of the investigative capacity, I think we actually need to ensure that people are well trained before we actually throw them into an investigative role. We've heard so many complaints about investigations and prosecutions and so on. So it's actually quite important that we take the investigative role more seriously. It makes no sense to spend all of our resources on intelligence, build up the intelligence capability, and you have very little investigative capacity. So what are you going to do with the information you've gathered? So I think that's important. And of course, we have to use the technological tools. That is what I'm suggesting. That is where the world is going. That is how you're going to have to fight crime. The criminals are actually also in cyberspace. And the technology, it moves so fast. So you actually have to respond in real time. I think we also need to revisit some of our laws and the criminal justice system. I think somebody else is talking about that. It needs to respond in real time. I think we all know that that is a problem in the long term. We're also talking about solutions that seek to have an impact on the culture and the belief systems in the society. Those are longer term things, but they're very, very important. Let me just conclude by saying that if we do not fix the problem using the short-term strategic solutions, because you have to respond, and commit to a long-term solution, we're actually rapidly going down the path of a national security state. and potentially a state without the legitimacy to govern properly and effectively. A national security state will have implications for power, authority, mass surveillance. The more insecure we become, we're going to demand this national security state. More intelligence, more police officers, give them more power. That is what populist demand will lead to, and fear and so on. Numerous studies have been done on the fear factor in the Caribbean. So we're going to have implications for mass surveillance and certain rights, such as the right to freedom of movement, the right to privacy. The national security state is going to demand that you give it more power, because if the security problem is spiraling out of control, the state will demand the power to actually fix the problem. And we're going to have some problems with that. We already in Jamaica have this tension between state actors, national actors, subnational actors, and so on. So I don't know if that's the road we want to go down. I think we'll also, as I've suggested, see increasing tension between two crucial roles played by the state. And I think we're bringing those two roles into conflict more and more if we don't solve the problem. The role that the state has to provide security, that's a public good. That's one of the most essential roles of the state. State also has the duty constitutionally to safeguard certain rights. And I think we're going to see an increasing tension and a clash between those two, and I think we have to pay very close attention. Madam Chair, I think I leave it there.
Okay, thank you so very much, Dr. Campbell. So what we're going to do is we're going to allow all 4 panelists to speak, and then we'll ask questions or have you ask questions towards the end, if that's all right. So the next speaker we will hear from is Rear Admiral, former Commissioner Hardley Lewin. But before he comes, I'd like to just reiterate some of the things that Dr. Campbell made mention of. She coherently set the context in which she highlighted some of the challenges we're currently facing in relation to the crime monster here in the Caribbean. She made mention of the limited investigative capacity, lack of coordination and us operating in silos. And she also spoke about the erosion of state legitimacy, but she went on to highlight some of the solutions. It's often the case where we define the problems, but we do not identify the solutions. And some of the solutions she put forward are the need for capacity building, especially in relation to investigative capacity, the cultivating of institutional norms at the regional and transnational levels. After all, we have made a number of moves towards regional integration, and we know that there is power in coming together rather than working in silos. So at the end of the day, it is very important that we need to properly streamline our efforts and harmonize all that is taking place. She made mention of the national security policy, which I recall has been revised. And it begs the question as to whether, is there an implementation deficit? Because many of the things she made mention of today was mentioned in the national security policy. So I would like you to bear these issues in mind and think about the questions you'd like to pose towards the end of the session. So please put your hands together for Rear Admiral, former Commissioner Hardley Lewin, who will expound on some of these issues.
Thank you very much, and good morning. I'm going to dispense with the preambular stuff and make a couple of points as they come. I apologize if my presentation doesn't run as coherently as the previous speaker, but as they come to mind, I will mention them because they all have an important part to play. I think there are a couple of key words that we need to bear in mind above all other things that we are contemplating. One is leadership or the lack thereof. And it's leadership at all levels. It's part of the problem. Corruption. It is worse than you think. So whatever you think it is, multiply it. It might get more subtle and goes underground, but it is there. So let's bear that in mind. I want to mention the thing about resources later on because we make a big thing about resources. We have resources. What is lacking with resources is that mental elasticity, that stretch, in order to utilize what we have. I am not suggesting for 1 minute that we lack resources, that we don't need more resources. But it's not that bad. The question is, how effectively are we using what we already have? And that is the question. And who has oversight over that? Now, we will all agree that crime and criminal activity is a multidimensional and a multifaceted problem. We agree to that. And I think we'd all agree that the interventions to bring about any long-term sustainable reduction in crime means that we are going to have to address all of those dimensions simultaneously. So we've got to identify what those dimensions are. And without allocating within 100% of what we need to do between each, just appreciate that we have to address all of them. And the first dimension is a political dimension. We are not delivering what political action should deliver to our people. That's the first thing. Secondly, there's a commercial dimension, which I call commercial. And it's quite simple, you know. It is that growing disparity. There's the issue of income inequality. There's a question of us being our brother's keeper. There's a question of a lack of care, because those above a certain section were quite fine up until not so long ago, because the problem was with them dirty people downtown there, where the problem is, and we are okay because we are secure. So in 2009, we had about 1,600 murders. You never had such a great fear of crime then than currently, when we have a third less murders and the fear of crime is several-fold increase. Why is that? Because if they kept it down there, we're happy with it. And so let Kingston kill off themselves. Let them go on. We, Montego Bay, we're safe. You never knew it would come there. You don't hear people in Portland making a noise about Montego Bay because we don't have a problem. And you can look at it from a regional level too. When we tried to negotiate a CARICOM gun treaty with the United States, many years back, after Shipwright Agreement, and we said never should we allow ourselves to be picked off one by one. We must go as a team. So we put our fancy team together. We sat down with the mighty United States. But guess what? Our friends in the East never had a gun problem. It was Jamaica and the United States going head-to-head again. So the document that came out of that was useless because our friends dropped off one by one and never supported us. Now they have the problem. So we're not learning from each other. But I talk about what I call the 5 dimensions of the problem of crime and violence. I'm really going to stick to one mainly, that's the law enforcement dimension, and probably just touch broadly on the political. There are people more qualified to deal with the socioeconomic and sociocultural, the rest of civil society, because obviously we all fell asleep and we allowed what has happened to us over the years to reach where it is and to continue. So it's the political, the commercial, law enforcement, socioeconomic, sociocultural, and the rest of civil society are the dimensions. Now, law enforcement. We have got to understand from where we are coming. And what I say about Jamaica goes for Trinidad and Barbados, it goes for Nigeria, any country which was a former British colony. Britain exported a form of policing that they never designed for themselves in Britain. They exported a paramilitary form of policing whose main emphasis was to use coercive strategies in order to carry out policing. Because the main role of the police designed in the colonies was to keep the natives in line and to keep the colonial power, or so to keep the civil power, who was Britain and the governor and their interest. But we cannot blame that 50 years after independence. What we have not quite understood is what we have inherited. And by the way, this goes for Northern Ireland too as a colony. because Northern Ireland has taken the step to transform their police services, because they are no different from the Jamaica Constabulary Force or the Barbados police services. But we have not moved in that direction. We have added some technology, we have done a little reform here, we have done a little thing here, but the criminals are moving in leaps and bounds. But we have not transformed, and there's a big difference. You'll never hear me speak about reforming the police. We have been reforming the police for the last 30 years. Lots of good British, American, Canadian money has come into this force in a reform program. And what has that done? What has it done? It hasn't taken the force to that place where it ought properly to be. It's not the only problem. There are some others which I'll get to. When you reform something, you're going to take what is and you're going to improve one or two processes and you're going to add some technology and you're going to improve the forms and you're going to add that's reforming. When you transform it, you've got to gut it, maybe kill it, and start from scratch with something wholly new with what you want. That's what we're afraid of. We're afraid of that because police wield considerable power, and we have to mollycoddle the police. There was a time in this country when election is called, 200 policemen take leave to go on the campaign trail. Because we politicize the police. So in a sense, they themselves have been victims. And whilst I largely speak about Jamaica, because that's where my expertise, knowledge is, I would hazard a guess that it's not far different in the other, let's say, CARICOM countries. Not far different. We're politicized the police. So when you look for a commissioner, traditionally, you're going to want to have a commissioner who you can talk to. Meaning, if you are politically, or in the politics, or if you're a businessman, or if you're a criminal element, you certainly would want a police who you can talk to. So if you have a little problem and so on, he may help you assist your problem to disappear. Make it go away. So we have been faced with those issues. You don't have a commissioner who's going to say, Minister, that is wrong, and be prepared to put his job on the line. You fall in line, because guess what? From the top, the head, where fish rots, it trickles down. And it's not necessarily the commissioner of police I'm talking about. It goes through the levels of the ranks. So you have your PNP police and your JLP police. Every police must have, and I encourage every one of them, have your political, and go out and vote, but don't bring it into your work. Corruption, I'm not going to even spend much time on that. I'm hoping for the day when anti-corruption efforts have the appearance of striking at all levels. We're getting some fryers, but it's not really going to bite until we get some bigger fish. Now, we talk about resources, which I mentioned before. You might be amazed at certain resources that are present that are not used. You may not know, for instance, we have a thing called EFIT in the police force. What you do, you sit down with a witness and you start to construct a face. You have no picture of what the person looks like. And you build a picture. You can change his color, broaden his nose, give him bat ears, do anything you want with him. And then you get that and you put that out in the mirror. This is who we're looking for. Once, many years ago, I saw a production from it, published in the papers. And I remember when we're looking for Bulby, the photograph at the airports had this slim, as we say in Jamaica, maga-faced man. Bulby looked nothing like that. Even the bulge that he had in his eyes were fattened out because he was a big, fat man. But, so these are the things I'm talking about. I believe when we talk about resources, a lot of resources have flowed in, and I think a lot more can flow with our international partners, were we to make a serious effort and demonstrate that, look, for once we are getting serious. It is in their interest to do so. They're not doing it because they love us. All our partners are not doing it because they love us. It is in their interest to assist us. And we have got to milk the interest that they have to assist us to the fullest extent. That is our task. Well, we've got to ensure that working in partnership, it is really causing that transformative or assisting that transformative process that we so seek. Previous speaker spoke about various studies. We never seem to, well, there's a problem of implementation. I don't know if everybody wants to seek the glory. The most comprehensive review of the constabulary force took place between 2006, published in 2007. And all the administration had to do was to, first of all, endorse it and implement it, begin the implementation of it. The kind of recommendations coming from it was the similar recommendations that went into the Royal Ulster Constabulary that was done by Chris Patton, the Patton Report, and you can Google it. And if you Google it and look at those recommendations, 100 plus, the Patton Report, put it alongside the 124 recommendations in the JCF review. They are similar because they're coming from a similar background, from a similar construct, and they need to get to a similar place. And it was a roadmap as to how you get there. They have done it. If you look at a review of the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, because look here, our First World Country is not immune from some of this, you know. They came from a particular construct. When you look at Ulster Constabulary, Royal Canadian Mounted Police, the JCF, and you look at the problems they identified within these forces, they are identical. But we have not made that move. And High Commissioner, Trinidad is the same way. And it's the same problem. They are hierarchical, and policing is something that must be delivered at the local level. You cannot stay at 103 and run the operation in Montego Bay. It is local level. And so we have got to look at the structure and so on. So we've had that report, wasn't touched. Then the same administration that ordered it came back to power in 2012. One would believe that this is something we commissioned. So hold on, let's run with it now. No, they commissioned a new one. They commissioned a new one, which in fact was a new one. A new one. But again, it wasn't touched. Because you're going to take 2 years, 3 years trying to work at something that has been worked before, that you need to. And any administration who determine that they're going to deal with this issue must deal with it the first time within 6 months of coming to office. Because I talk about the leadership, lack of, there's will. Because we're looking at 4 or 5 years down the road. And it is suggesting to me we have politicians, more politicians and fewer statesmen and stateswomen. Because you got to do what is right and take your licks. And that is a problem. There are reports upon reports. You can go through many, many, many reports. Now, I mentioned the police as victims. Because one has to be fair. Police didn't corrupt themselves. Of course, many willingly fall in line. But then we developed a culture because of this coercive strategy that we have inherited but has brought to a higher dimension. by relying more on brawn and bigger guns, because criminals are getting this, so we need this and we need that, and so on. Tougher laws, we don't need tougher laws. We have many laws on the books. We're now debating something called special zones, etc., etc., etc. What is being contemplated was done in 2003 on the existing law. We went in, we took over a community, we went in under a curfew order on the existing law. But we never went in there with any big stick. We went in there to work with the community. It failed on two fronts. Security forces, we did our work. But all the other social issues that should have been tackled never happened. And the police never used the peace dividend to reclaim the territory and institute community policing. What they did was put everything Chris in the community and stay at the station and play domino, which was the time now that they ought to get active. So we couldn't stay there forever. We spent a year. And let me say a word of warning. Do not take $1 billion and throw it at any community. It is going into a deep, dark hole, and finally, you won't come out any better. There are hardworking, law-abiding people within those communities, and we have got to go in and empower those people, help them out, and they just need a little help. In Hannahtown, there's a man rearing ornamental fish. He has several old bathtubs and anything could hold water. He's rearing fish. But what he wanted was just peace around so people would come there. There's a man doing a furniture, father-son business. He was so happy when we went. Why? He said, Chief, it's the best Christmas I have in. I stay open till midnight, but every time it rains, he gets washed out because in a little grade and it's a mud. He just needed a little concrete base with a zinc. That's all he needed to help him. Each of them will employ 2 or 3 as they grow. There are a group of young men making souvenirs to sell to the tourists, which they give away to the gift shops on the North Coast. They made a lathe themselves. Give them a little lathe, proper training, a little marketing skills and so on, and they will soar. So go find them, empower them. Don't just go throw money. But then you must also do for everybody what you expect, what every citizen expects from their government. We want a street light. Don't have the sewage running in the road. Please collect the garbage. They have the same needs and wants too. So deal with those. Anyway, all of that I've just said now, whether it was caused by action or inaction, have now led us to this place where we are today. And sometimes, like a chicken where you cut off its head, it's running around, not really going anywhere, not even know where it's going, because the head is there and the rest of the body running around. We have come to a place where there are 3 discrete but interconnected issues that have to be tackled. This is my solutions part of it, apart from fixing all the other things. 3 of them. 1, the disorder and mayhem in the public spaces, the roadways, the markets, the bus terminus. Criminality thrives in that environment. So if you want to start to give back some confidence to the citizenry that, look, this thing is not a runaway thing. Deal with that. It's what people commonly call, I hate these cliches, but the low-hanging fruit. Every morning I'm heading back home from doing what I do early in the mornings. I won't tell you what that is. I have to go along Red Hills Road. And I better be conscious, because rest assured there are several taxis that are coming down straight at me in my lane. I have to take bush for it. Every morning. Now, it seems to me that if you have a hole in the budget, put in an effective collection system, you can plug the hole with traffic fines. you can plug the hole and save lives and at least keep our blood pressure at a much more tolerable level. So that's the first step. The second one is that we've got to cauterize this high murder rate. We have become so numb that when we have 2, 3, 4 murders per day and a nothing. There was a time when we screamed blue murder when that happened, many years ago, but now and a nothing. Our tolerance for it has so grown. And then we end up in this continuous cycle of a flare-up in murders, or prominent name get murdered, businessman, or somebody. And you kill one businessman and there's like 50 people downtown get killed. So there's a flare-up and do something and pressure comes on. Commissioner comes out, new crime plan, give the current commissioner his dues. He said there's nothing new. I've said that for a long time. There's nothing new under the sun in law enforcement. You may add some technology and other things. There's nothing new in the toolbox. But there are many other things that can be done. How are the police organized to do what they do? Who's holding the police accountable for the use of their resources? These are all issues that were highlighted in the review to be dealt with. Welfare. The welfare of the police officers. When I say they're victims, they're not called welfare. Because I think, like probably some of you, would think the Police Federation is this rabble-rousing, loudmouth, make noise every time, and union shouting for salary. And I thought so, until I went to the police and I realized that were it not for the Federation, rank and file suck salt, because they have a bigger function. When a policeman got shot or in trouble or so on, they're the first at the bedside. Whosoever is a local representative, they provide, now them still loudmouth and rabble-rousing, eh? But I'm saying there's a different side to them. It ought not to be the case. Your immediate supervisor, right to your station manager, must have a concern about your welfare. Now, how can we be debating thing about policeman get charged while he's on duty? This is a no-brainer. Something must be put in place that's acceptable. It's not Indicom fault. And since I mentioned Indicom, look here. Indicom was a product of police failing to deal with their own problems. And Indicom, if the police were dealing with their own internal issues, as they ought, by being honest, straightforward, stick to your core values, etc., there would not have been a need for Indicom. But let me not dwell on Indicom. There's a lot of currency there. But questions, I can answer them. But these new crime measures, these new but not so new crime measures, as they have done in the past, are going to bring us back to these 2 or 3 per day. But as has happened in all the previous cycles, when we reach that place, we just step back and drop hands, things back to normal. We cannot accept it as normal. When we go back to, that is when police and law enforcement and all the other arms of the state must now say, we've got to drive it down by doing all the things. We're going to fix the police, we're going to deal with the other dimensions, we're going to deal with this in a forceful way, and that has to be led. We can't hold up our hands and say, Lord, please help us fix this problem. No, we caused it, we are going to have to fix it. So, there's a friend of mine, who basically when he looks at the disorder and so on, he has a unique way of saying it. He said, what's happening now is that the A's and the B's are being ruled by the C's and the D's. Now, try and decipher that. It's not difficult. So the impression we get is that we've lost control. And you will be forgiven for thinking so. So we need to deal with that. What was announced is going to cauterize it, but we need to look beyond immediately and to look now at the long-term sustainable reduction where we have got to treat with all the dimensions. The causes and not just the effect of the problem has to be treated with. I'll pause there. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Rear Admiral, former Commissioner Hardley Lewin. Very, very interesting presentation. And I will start with your last comment about the need for a more long-term sustainable approach. As we move forward to achieving Sustainable Development Goal 16, which speaks about peaceful, just, and inclusive societies, we'll realize that a number of the things that the Rear Admiral touched on are imperatives for us to even begin to see the realization of that goal. So I'll quickly summarize. He made mention of 5 dimensions of crime: the political, commercial, income inequality, law enforcement, and the socio-cultural aspect. He expounded on law enforcement. But interestingly, he identified the challenges in relation to leadership, corruption, and resources. And in relation to resources, he made mention of the fact that it's not so much a lack of resources, but how we use the limited resources we have. Moreover, it's about strategic partnerships. He also mentioned the need to learn from lessons. In the last part of his presentation, he made mention of the cycle of repeating what has done before. In the words of wise Solomon, he says, there is nothing new under the sun. So he made mention of the fact that there is need for institutional memory and continuity, which is extremely important. But in his final analysis, he said there were a few interconnected issues that needed to be tackled, and they were disorder and mayhem in the public space, the categorizing of the murder rate, and welfare of the police officers, and again, a more sustainable and long-term approach, addressing all dimensions of crime simultaneously. Thank you so very much, sir. The next voice you will hear is from Dr. Joy Moncreiffe. Welcome her as she comes.
Thank you and good morning. I want to thank Dr. Campbell. Well, first of all, I want to thank Ambassador Bernal for inviting me, and thank you, distinguished guests, for being here. I think Dr. Campbell and Rear Admiral Lewin gave an excellent background. I wanted to focus on one particular aspect of this problem. I have been doing this type of research for a very long time, and the frustrating thing for a consultant is to make the same recommendations year after year after year, and to recognize that the recommendations that were made, say, in 2012 when I did the youth situation analysis, then when I go back into the same context, those recommendations can no longer work because the situation has exploded. And therefore you lose faith in your job, in a sense. You reach to a point of despondency. I'm getting there. But enough about me. I was asked to do a study for the Ministry of National Security on the effects of the Law Reform Act and the Criminal Justice Suppression Act on murder rates in Western Jamaica. I'm just going to present a little bit about that. What we were looking at was the inherent and contingent limitations of the law, and what were the intended and the unintended effects within these communities, and to study dynamics of serious crime and violence, and assess the reasons for the successes and the failures of the act. And Ambassador Bernal was there when I presented the findings first, suggesting that it's difficult to assess the effects of the acts when the acts have not been implemented in the way that they were intended in the first place. So I won't go through all the inherent and contingent limitations. Many of those have been mentioned. What I would like to do is to study, is to talk to you about what is happening in the communities. Talk to you about the mindsets among those who are criminals. And some of those criminals are actually persons who are in our life skills programs and so on. So we're going to talk about those issues. And some of the quotes here, for example, that first quote came from the police, that the police cannot rectify the social dislocation in Jamaica. The police has been given a basket to carry water. And they talked about us not recognizing the weight of the communities, the weight of the dynamics within the communities that these people grew up in. And I say these people to mirror the way we see things in Jamaica. It really is not the case that society is as divided as we see it. The flossing uptown is what has influenced the flossing downtown. The corruption uptown is really quite linked to the corruption downtown. We are not as divided as we seem. We are really one people in many respects. We just wear different clothing. So when a child is growing up and hear gunshots and see youngsters getting away with it, what else do we expect? We have to understand the effects of socialization. I did one interview with somebody who he's a violence interrupter, and he made it very clear to me, thank you, that many were bred into these circumstances. If they live in a community and they don't get breakfast, they go to Mr. John and they say, can we get your coconuts? And they just take it. So Mr. John might say, why didn't you ask? But it's not a big issue. So therefore, they may pick up bottles from a certain place, but they don't see it as stealing. And so they see it as hustling. You don't grow up in black and white, right and wrong. But we make policies and programs from the view of right and wrong, black and white. There's a disjuncture that we have to be aware of. Now, this was done within one particular community in St. James. These two interviews came from there. Jamaica is tense. We're in a hole. Because of the violence that surrounds the entire island, it makes us more tense. We go to work, we don't get the right amount, and they take in step. I don't just have a chip on my shoulder, I have a whole block. We are angry, so any little thing, I'm likely to blow off. I'm just a man in the field. If you step on our toes the wrong way, you have to say sorry, and even if you say sorry, there might be a knife in your throat. Another person explained that St. James is a hostile country, and then I asked, is St. James a country? And they said, yes, we hold the belt for the most crime. This is because it's just life. There's nothing else to look forward to. The whole Jamaica is a garrison. Another person made it clear, me not dirty up yet, but me can dirty up. Me no want no violence, me life stress. In every ghetto that you find, you always find some people who aren't true, but if you try to kill me and you don't kill me, see what happens. I asked them to explain to me the rules of the road, because the rules of the road are completely different from we think, okay? First of all, they disregard legislations, and that has a lot to do with how we implement and whether we implement. Some of us have experienced hard life. It's when you're young, have no mother and father, you see what people are doing on the streets, and you take it up as a habit. In Jamaica, we don't have set rules on what to do. People do not listen to the police because of how they flex. But if you go to England and you hurt an animal, you get locked up. But here it doesn't matter. Their rules are more respected. I just want us to note the thinking. Expectations for survival on the road. We have many different types of rules that cause violence. Most people feel they should own a gun, and once you own a gun, it will cause problems. Now, the latter two comments came from focus groups among persons that have been in intervention programs for a very long time. If somebody kills my mother, I would have no guilt killing him. If a scammer is scammed, then that person should be killed. Dishonest people should be killed. And what you need to look at here is intra-group ethics. However, these are defined, these are paramount. They are more important than what we want to see nationally. What matters is what happened. What counts as betrayal in the group and what counts as dishonesty is completely different from how we see things. So there's a huge mismatch in terms of our and movies have substantial influence on the young people, particularly where they don't have sufficient capacity for reasoning. And I know this has caused a lot of debate recently. But I want you to listen to something from one popular artist. After all, dog them just away upon a call, 4 rifle lean up on a wall, on my car, drive up, pull up on me him foot, boy spread out like say in my yard, dead a road like dog. We a go hard, This me for brother, you must be mad that I go down at the morgue. Who me no like, you no like, who me a war, you a war. Me have a couple dog with a bust any head for me. That is a love, that is a loyalty. Before you mess with my family, just try remember me. Me not sell out, me can't sell out. Gun in a head, you just swear we are police. If you pre one of me quenga, you have to pre me. That is the type of lyrics that are listened to by our young people without the capacity for reasoning and rationalizing. Murder, of course, is a rite of passage. Many young people believe they're in a war against the state. And I do have the stats to back that up. But I also want to say that this has infiltrated to some rural communities, and I'm going to just speak about that in a short while. For youth on the road, the church has little influence on shaping values and influencing actions. And scamming is normalized in many communities. And so it is so normalized, and I wanted to explain that we need to know that scamming is not a lower class phenomenon. That many of the persons involved include government employees, include our teachers, include our nurses, include our lawyers, and so on, include our police. So it is not the type of problem that we think it is. And I'm sure you know that you have a whole range of players at different levels. Both those who collect, those who dispense with the funds, those who transport the funds. It is an entire network. Okay, so murder is a rite of passage. I wanted to just talk to you about the second quote. Me born and suffer real suffering. Me not tell you say me never kill nobody yet. I have, but I never got used to it. Killing is easy, but to live with it is hard. Now, this person is now going to tell me what is moral and immoral about killing, or he's going to show me the degradations of murder. So, the first time I did it was for a friend. I didn't know what I was doing. When I did it, I said, what did I do? I vomited. From I vomited, the braveness come in you, and you want to do it again and again. Then he says to me, I am not the type of criminal that some people are. Why is that? Me shoot up a house and see a baby run out. I couldn't kill the baby. But I had to stop a man from shooting up a house with babies, and plenty people can do it. For youth on the road, the church has little influence on shaping values and influencing actions. And so you'd have people say, I'm more righteous than most people who go to church. Some people think that God cannot provide immediate protection, so it's best to go to the obeah man. And we know that there's a huge intermingling between scamming and obeah. I think everybody knows that now, right? In 2012, when I first did the youth situation analysis, this was something that I pointed out. At that time, a high-level gathering would cost about $150,000. Now a high-level gathering costs about $500,000. And the youth are convinced that when they buy this gathering, they'll be protected for life. I was telling Ambassador that in 2012, when I did research among some young ladies who attended one institution, they explained to me that they are also involved in buying gatherings. They don't buy it when they're pregnant, because when they're pregnant, they can see to the front and the baby can see to the back, so they are protected. But as soon as they deliver the baby, they go to the obeah and the ring is filled up, or the handkerchief or the teddy bear. There's a huge intermingling of spirituality and violence. Okay? And it is to our peril that we do not recognize that human development is not solely about the material. So, there's a turn to the mystic and mysticism because Christian practice has lost value. Many youth believe there's no war against the state. They say police are terrible. Even women with big belly, they treat them like dog. We have to war them for our lives and safety because they are warring us. No. I went into one rural community, and I just wanted to give you an idea of the type of thinking that has happened in our very, very rural communities. So I asked one person, an elderly man, how are you coping? This must be hard for you to see. He says, I'm worried for this community. I don't even go out and play dominoes because the guys are now coming in and shooting up the place. They just drive by and lick. People are scared to talk. He says that he wouldn't even go to the dead yard because men just come to listen to hear what you say about the dead, and it's all scary. The only development over the last 20 years is the building of a gas station. Since then, the only development is more dead bodies, and only gun will make them notice us. Please understand that our skewed development, our preoccupation with the urban, visible urban, especially visible urban, at the expense of the rural, is something that has been told. We have said this over and over about spatial inequality in many, many, many studies. We should not be surprised at the outcome of our lack of action. So, most young people have passed their subjects but have to leave their communities. Who don't go to school go to foreign. Most young people are unemployed. No, I asked them about their relationship with the police. It took me a while to get there. And it sparked loud and angry outbursts. Let me touch the police, let me touch the police. The police station should be removed from this community. They don't work for their pay here. A few nights ago, the police killed a young man. People had to demonstrate. So there's a lot of dissatisfaction with the police. Pure bad man in the police force. We can't defend ourselves. We don't need the police. One person said to me, this is an undeclared civil war. We are aware of it. They described what's happening in Mobay as an operation, and in Westmoreland as an operation. It's a civil war. Cartel not getting bail and he should be out here. Police like Sweetie, give them a $5,000 and they overlook things. All right. Then I came down and I said, so you have gunmen who will kill, yet the citizens wish to take up arms against the police. Why is this? We prefer gunmen to the police. We trust the gunman by far over the police. The police wickeder than the gunman. The gunman not corrupt. He kills who messes with him. The police are corrupt and will collect money to kill a youth. He's licensed to kill. So we'll do so under the guise of the police. They give us no reason to trust them. I wanted to be careful here about how you interpret the findings. Let me tell you why. Because when we did the quantitative studies, and we said, do the police treat persons fairly? The majority in this particular parish said the police treat them fairly. But the majority also said, we do not trust the police. And that makes it clear, or we can begin to think then, that whilst there are problems with the police, there's also a lot of hype, meaning that messages are transferred. They tell me that they transfer these messages on Facebook and so on. So if there's a perception of corruption, say in St. James, and that is transferred down, Somebody in Hanover doesn't have to experience that for them to have that intense hatred of the police despite what the police is doing. I'm not saying the police is correct in many ways, because there's quite a lot of evidence of brutality and so on, but I do not think it is at the level. Sometimes there's a difference between what happens in reality and how people perceive it based on the messages that are being transferred. All right. So, understanding the rules of the road. In Jamaica, we don't like to see friends suffer, but we don't like to see friends prosper either. That is not you know. If a man help you, they are the very ones who turn around and mess up your life. If they bring you and you start make more money and you don't bring them, they kill you. If you don't say, see what me do you, come in here, them start to kill you, because them say, I them bring you and you bite the hand will feed you. Now, I had asked them, in one focus group, a group of young men said to me, the way to solve this problem is just to bring a Brinks truck into the ghetto. And then the other one said, but if your hand bigger than my hand, I still go kill you, because that going to mean you're going to pick up more money. And we might smile about it, but the level of envy and retribution is just astronomical. And then normalize illegality. As we know, scamming is justified in some circles. We didn't go and take the money out of anyone's pocket. That's not robbery. We just use our brains and talk. It's what everyone is doing. The people on the other line should have sense. They have no sense. Imagine we are telling them to send money to Jamaica and they actually write a check and send it. They have no sense. White people are greater than we are, and they gamble. They don't question how they got the winnings. They know they do business with certain companies, and that when you gamble, you leave your name and other details. But how is it logical to send such money to get money? Seriously? They really see it as a business operation, and they see it as mimicking business on Wall Street, and they'll tell you that. Government says that they'll open up business and offer jobs, but this won't stop crime, they say. What's the point? Because we can make $100,000 per minute. Man will see no reason to take up himself and go to work and wait for a month for money when he can dial and get money straight away. And then they explain to me the perceived benefits of scamming. And sometimes I have to pause here, because on the other hand, as we many times, from the top, just have perceived benefits of not paying our taxes. So it's the same type of argument, right? Yeah. I know scamming builds the economy. As they make the money, they put it right back. They buy a car, they build houses, etc. About 90% of people scam. People are living good because of illegal activities. It is called white crime in America, so it's nothing different here. Scamming cannot stop. A new scammer is born every day. And then they told me, this is what we want you to take back to the government. Just leave us alone and protect us. Allow us to use the funds to build up the country. Tell the government that they should call us and let us tell them how to get business done. And then they said, if the police would protect us from the bad men, that would help. There are many things that we could help the government to do. And the truth is, I said this, when you speak to some persons who are involved in crime, you recognize that our education system has really done a disservice on people. Because these are very clever people. And we have cast them out as people who cannot learn. And then they explained wise and unwise scamming. So, they said you have criminal activity at all levels, but we only see the ghetto. They don't see the politicians' crimes and the banks' crimes. The whole of Jamaica is involved. Even old people with businesses use the phone to scam. They tell me that the wise ones, they make the money from scamming, they invest it, they leave it for a while. If people looking at it, they know how to divest and put it into different operations. But the foolish ones now, them just a pre-party, gun and weed, and that not going to bring back money in your pocket, right? So they have differentiated what is wise, what is unwise. Some of the emerging challenges are that scammers are very cognizant now of the loopholes in legislation, and so they are a step ahead of us. Lottery scamming, as I said, and the norms surrounding it are going into the rural, and they are converting rural areas. The level of enmeshment poses a significant problem for law enforcement. And then the budding links between lottery scamming and gang violence increase the levels of threat and reinforce the need for strengthened and mutually reinforcing legislations. And I also pointed out from that study that the attention to scamming can mask other gang-related activities, including resurgence in the drugs trade. All right. I think I'd said I'm just going to spend a couple more minutes to talk about the level of enmeshment. We said that bank tellers, it's a whole network and an effective network. I once said to the police, all you guys are running down the scammers, what about the bank tellers? The bank tellers take what they want from the profits, something should be done to them too. We are overlooking all the players. Some of the police stand up by the bank, and when the scammers come out, they take their share. And then, of course, you don't have to look at this, but the role of women in crime and violence that has long been under-researched in this country. But young women and the mothers and the partners, young women tell me that they're attracted to their money-colored men, and these are the bleach men with tattoos, who are able to spend lavishly on them. I pointed out before that I did some research with one older woman who told me this really graphic story of her son being murdered. I was moved to tears when she was finished. And I didn't realize that something was wrong until she said to me that 20 men went for her son. And I said, why would 20 men go for your innocent son? And it was, afterwards I questioned, and then I discovered that really, a mother finds it hard to say, my son was really the head of a criminal gang. And so you have mothers and wives, partners, being a front, being an innocent front for a lot of illegal activities. And I mentioned that occult practices are widespread. Everybody in Obia license, Mama P legalize it. If you check your television, you'll see Indian scientists. The real scientists come from India and Africa. They are here and they are helpers. See a man science you and turn in a worthless. Then man, I can't take it off you. If gathering come from D. Lawrence, it's 100% good. If it come from Indian medics, 100%. But if it come from other people in Westmoreland and Hanover and St. Thomas, about 50%. For them ring can bore, and you can still get messed up. Obia real, Maya real, everybody want the good life. And I should tell you that after doing this interview and talk, this is something that I had done research on from 2012, that people see Obia and the links between Obia and crime as stepping up. We are moving up. This is enlightenment. Somebody described it as enlightenment. I'm going to skip all the quantitative findings just to say a little bit about the recommendations. Perhaps I can just use my computer. So, our previous speakers have spoken about addressing the inequalities that underpin crime and violence. Jamaica is basically an unequal society, and we basically do not believe that all people were created. And if they were created equal, they don't have a right to the same measures. And so we have a raft of policies and programs. Some of those we would not deposit on our own children, but we assume that this is what is required for those persons from there. In any society, the insecurity that is characterized by crime and violence is the outcome of wider and pervasive insecurities: income, employment, education, health. There's a need for transformative education, and by this I don't mean it in the sense that we normally use it, new desks and all of that. I'm talking about a difference in thinking, that we have to change mindsets. I'd spoken before about doing some research about some children, with children who had been in JFLL. And one guy told me that he couldn't do math, and he was sent to JFLL because he could not do math, and yet he was a great mathematician on the road. He could give his change, he knows the money, etc., etc. But the teacher was unable to transfer what he knew on the road to the classroom. There's an increasing intermingling, as I said, of spirituality and crime and violence, and particular spiritual alliances, loyalties, and practices can have direct effect, in fact, I know they do, on certain forms of crime and violence. And unraveling these requires specific spiritual guidance. Tackling the thinking that justifies crime and violence, specifically the wider historical injustices that help to fuel these, combined with an aggressive campaign to counter the negative thinking, a tough stance must be taken to curtail the voice of those who use the arts to justify murder. Building public trust, citizens will be more open to supporting legislations where there's growing public trust. A government that is committed to building public trust would address the murkiness of politics, the murkiness of business, the murkiness of legislation, the murkiness of what counts as justice in a coordinated manner. And armed forces are dedicated to violence reduction would deal comprehensively and swiftly with the corruption within its ranks. And then, of course, there are all the operational challenges that Dr. Campbell had spoken of. The amendments that are needed to legislation, development of investigative capacities, the training that's needed, and so on. Okay, I will stop there. The report itself has recommendations for specific departments within the police and all the implementing agencies. So I hope this helps a bit to give us a deep perspective of what's happening on the ground. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Dr. Moncreiffe. Indeed, it has given us a more in-depth understanding of what is taking place on the ground. Dr. Moncreiffe just shared with us some very rich qualitative data which seem to reflect the perceptions of the rule of law, and in a sense is taking a more bottom-up approach to understanding what are some of the possible sustainable solutions to the crime monster, as it has been dubbed. In seeking to share with us these perceptions, she sought to highlight the contingent advantages and limitations of the Law Reform Act of 2013. And she made mention of the fact that there are loopholes which those who engage in criminality are aware of. She went on to share her experiences of interviewing persons in volatile communities, and we saw through various transcripts how they see their way of life and the things that they will do in order to survive. And in so doing, it highlights the theme about the normalization of criminalization and illegality, which is very important because it helps us to recognize that the solutions we seek, they must be multidimensional, as Rear Admiral was mentioning, but it also highlights the complexity of the phenomenon in question. She interestingly highlighted the intermingling of spirituality and violence, which is something that we don't often talk about. And this is very interesting, especially in relation to recent discussions about organ trafficking, which is something that I would love to talk to you about later on, Dr. Moncreiffe. But in highlighting the solutions, because we're not just about describing the problems, she made mention of a number of things that we need to do. And one of such steps that we may take is the need for education transformation, and she made mention of the importance of changing mindsets, which Rear Admiral also made mention of. She also made mention of the need to build trust between citizens and law enforcers. So there are a number of issues coming out of the three presentations made. Just to highlight a minor change, Dr. Claudette Crawford-Brown would present in the second panel. So at this time, I know you have a number of burning questions that you would like to ask the three panelists that went before. I'm just going to invite them to take a seat up here, and then you can go ahead and start asking your questions. Panelists? May we have a mic? We'll take 5 questions at a time, if that's okay.
No, that's good. Something right. I can't remember one question.
Please, those who have questions, can you just approach the mic in the corridor here? We'll take 5 questions at a time. So Dr. Campbell highlighted the context in which we have the crime monster. She made mention of a number of factors, including the lack of investigative capacity. Rear Admiral, in his extensive experience, spoke about a number of issues, especially in relation to leadership corruption. And then we had Dr. Moncreiffe, interestingly highlighting a number of things, but emphasizing the importance of that bottom-up approach to understanding the crime challenge. And she made the connection between spirituality and violence, which is very, very topical in relation to organ trafficking. So you may go ahead and pose your questions.
Thank you, panelists. First of all, thank you for such a rich and informative set of presentations. Commissioner Lewin, you spoke about the distance between the rank and file and the leadership in the constabulary force. And one of the issues that troubled me for a long time is, why is the headquarters of the constabulary force on the most expensive real estate, residential real estate in Upper St. Andrew, while the rank and file are downtown? And the message being sent is that you're perfectly safe in your communities. So why would the High Command have to be in Upper St. Andrew and the rank and file be in Kingston? I would think that for camaraderie, morale, leadership, they would want to be with the rank and file and with those communities. It seemed to me an unfortunate signal that's being sent, that once you move up the ranks, you disconnect from the rank and file. I invite your comment.
Go ahead.
Good morning. My question is geared towards Rear Admiral Lewin. Okay. You in your presentation you stated that our police system has been based from the colonial, coming from a colonial system. Are you able to expound on that, if you have any suggestions as what type of police force that you need to use?
Thank you so much.
To solve our system, okay.
Good morning. One of the Rear Admiral Hardley Lewin. One of the points you made was in tackling crime is to cauterize the high murder rate. The tourism sector on a whole, their consensus is that high dominated crime parishes, but mainly tourist dominated parishes should not have a curfew. What is your stance on that?
Okay. Commander Rear Admiral Lewin, you may go ahead and respond.
Thank you. Let me deal with the last question first. If I heard you correctly, you're saying that there's a view that tourist areas should not have a curfew. Is that what you say? Yes. Well, I don't know from whence that came. Curfews, as far as I'm aware, are instituted where they are required. And so they are driven by operational necessity. There have been curfews in Montego Bay, it's a tourist area. But I don't think you're going to curfew Seawind when that's not where the issue is. You might find it around Canterbury, for instance, if you get what I'm saying. So I don't know from whence that idea would come. Curfews are operational driven. So you institute them where the situation demands that curfew, and the commander says he wants that tool to deal with that particular situation. Ambassador Bernal asked about the location of the police headquarters vis-a-vis the stations and the real estate. The real estate of the police headquarters might be very expensive, but let me assure you that a category 4 would render it ineffective. It is a dump. A new building is going up, so all that glitters is not gold. No, I really don't see that connection, because police stations are located where they are required, which has to be part of the transformation. When you look at many of our police stations, there's normally an arch over the entrance, and everyone was there from 1889 to 1894. That's the value we place on our police officers. Those are the structures that we have. It's a disgrace. Not that old buildings cannot be refurbished, but they just cannot meet the modern demands of a police service. So I really don't accept the, should I call it a thesis or the inference that somehow there's a subliminal message about where the police headquarters is. What I can say is that I certainly had looked at, and we were developing a plan whilst I was there, to totally relocate it, because I am not a believer in taking old structures and trying to fix them. You just don't get it right. I'll give you an example, the Horizon Remand Center. Had we leveled that building and built a remand center from scratch, we would have had a complete building, perfect to what we modified, and it was never really finished. So we would have taken the headquarters, and my own thoughts were Elliston Road, and we would have given up that prime property. Would have given up the locations on Route Bend Road, which is another high-value property, and if we get all of those, we build a proper national police headquarters and a local headquarters for Area 4 within that Elliston Road complex, and would have taken Sinclair's garage and relocated.
Of a certain class engage in particular types of crime. You made that clear in your presentation. Could you expound a little bit more on those thoughts in relation to scamming?
Well, what I mentioned was that scamming is really comprised of an entire network. And the danger is to see it as located just within, Western Jamaica among a certain set of persons. Many of our crimes could not be sustained if they were not being supported by a network, and we know this. So, and I think that the police will be much more aware of the networks than you and I would. But what I did find, even while I was doing the research, was that some of the persons that had helped me with previous research, they were my research assistants, they would tell me that they were also involved in scamming. These were people who, and so I had to pare down my research team, change my research team, and all of that. And these are people who are employed within government as well. So when I speak, for example, even to, let's say, sixth formers, I remember in 2012 when I spoke to sixth formers, and this is where it gets disturbing for us, because we think that people are doing it largely for poverty. When I spoke to sixth formers in one school, they said, well, after sixth form, our plan next is to move into scamming so that we can support our university education, because this is what is seen as a practical alternative. It is what is seen as, this is a natural progression. This is what we have available to us. And it's one thing to think about their thinking. It's another thing to think about why they feel that this is what they have to do. What alternatives have we provided for them?
Thank you so very much. This raises a lot of important issues, especially in relation to the need for greater social inclusion and the moving away from targeting certain social groups or persons living in specific geographical areas. Ladies and gentlemen, go ahead, Tariq. We'll take a question from Tariq, and then we'll take the break.
All right. Dr. Brown as well. All right. Good morning, everyone. Tariq Weeks from Institute of Criminal Justice and Security. I just wanted to support some of the things that Dr. Moncreiffe has pointed out, specifically in terms of the issue of the network. This is something that has not been new. Granville, which was started as one of the hubs early in the days of lotto scamming, had shown us, the Institute from then, that there were far-reaching networks, not just in Montego Bay, but also in Kingston. One of the classic examples that we came across was the need for vehicles. The scammers were very concerned about what people knew about them in terms of the earnings they were getting from scamming. And particularly, they needed cars to change like every day. Well, the person who spoke every single day needed to change a car because they were fearing for their life. These cars came actually from Kingston. Some of them came from Kingston. They were stolen in Kingston, changed out in St. Catherine, right, and brought to Montego Bay, right, for these guys. So I'm just trying to show you the network there, but I just one visible one. The other is particularly related to how do you facilitate insurance and licensing, right, of these vehicles in Montego Bay, right? We had a particular case here in Kingston West. I'm sorry, I've done a lot of work with the police over the years, where a vehicle was cloned, right? The lady came back to her parking space and found the CRV, the shell, but everything else gone and wasn't her vehicle. So they had been monitoring her, they cloned the vehicle, and they found the vehicle in Montego Bay. That vehicle had been registered, made valid, made legal for that scammer. So the network here, I'm saying to you, is not very localized and community-based, but it's what we call a collusion, happening between what you consider to be lower echelons and higher echelons of society. And, that has been ongoing. So people flare up about Montego Bay now, but these are some of the issues, the systematic issues that have been going on, right, for a number of years, and we have not been able to treat it. Now, when you see this lack of this impunity going on, things become very normalized in communities, right? And that itself breeds or regenerates a different type of understanding and interpretation of what we are doing and how we see these people. So we need to really do something. I agree with you totally that we've been speaking about this for a very long time, right? But we're not targeting the issue.
Thank you so much, Tariq Weeks. At this time, ladies and gentlemen, we will, I'd like to thank you for participating in this panel. I'd like to thank the panelists, which gave interesting insights as to the solutions to the crime monster here in the Caribbean. I declare this the end of the session and invite you to take the coffee break, which will be 20 minutes. It's still morning, ladies and gentlemen, and I would like for those coming in to make their way to their seats quickly, as we have a second round of interesting presentations in relation to the theme for the Vice-Chancellor's Forum, Taming the Caribbean Crime Monster, a Solutions Agenda. Do we have everybody's attention? No, this morning we had a series of interesting presentations which looked at sustainable solutions to crime, not just in Jamaica, but the rest of the Caribbean. And today we have 5 panelists who will expound on these issues, drawing on their various fields of specialization are, we have Dr. Herbert Gayle, Dr. Claudette Crawford-Brown, Major General Antony Anderson, Jacqueline Cummings, and Miss Yvonne McCalla-Sobers. Just to say a little bit about our presenters. Our first presenter will be Dr. Herbert Gayle, who, by the way, I must say will have to leave early. So please forgive him because we have called on all the panelists at short notice. And at this point, I would really like to thank you for taking time out to come together and share your insights and experiences as to what exactly needs to be done in order to solve the crime challenge here in the Caribbean. Just a little bit about Dr. Herbert Gayle. He's a sociologist at the Department of Sociology, Psychology, and Social Work. And as you know, he is a leading social anthropologist here in the Caribbean on social violence. The second presenter is Dr. Claudette Crawford-Brown. And Dr. Brown is a lecturer in clinical social work in the last 30 years. Her innovations in social work practice has spanned more than 3 decades, and she is the coordinator for the violence prevention program here on the campus. Our third presenter is Major General Antony Anderson, and as you know, you would have seen him in the media. He is the National Security Advisor, but also he is a former Chief of Defense Staff of the Jamaica Defense Force. Prior to this appointment, he served for 2 years as Deputy Chief of Defense Staff with responsibility for force strategy, future plans and development, coordination of the national security strategy, and implementation of the JDF Strategic Defense Review. Then thirdly, we will hear from Jacqueline Cummings. Ms. Cummings has 20 years experience in the practice of civil and criminal litigation, personal injury cases, estate and tax matters, immigration and family law. Most importantly, she is the president of the Jamaica Bar Association and a member of the Advocates Association of Jamaica. And finally, we will hear from Miss Yvonne McCalla-Sobers, who is an educator, management consultant, community activist, human rights activist, writer, and she's currently an urban farmer. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and welcome our 5 panelists. At this time, I would like to invite Dr. Herbert Gayle to the podium, and I'd like you to welcome him as he comes.
All right, let me just say good morning still, all right? Good morning, everybody. All right, we're looking at policies, and I want to spend the first 5 minutes basically breaking down for us what's really happening in the region. All right, so we're in the LAC area. The LAC area is a little bit less than 10% of the world, accounts for a little bit more than 1/3 of the world's murders. And we are in the top section of the LAC with a homicide rate of 50 per 100,000 and a homicide rate of 48.3 6 on average since the year 2000. So it means we are a pretty violent space. And in order to create that amount of violence, we have to create a factory to produce this kind of level of violence because it has to be sustained. Now, please bear in mind that when you look at violence, you're looking at 15-year blocks. Violence is not measured in 5-year and 2-year and 3-year, and sometimes we even misuse the word trend, which means 3 at least, or multiples of 3. None of those things apply to the study of violence because violence, in order for violence to cross with something called feelings of violence, we need at least half of a generation for people to, in the same way you do marketing and in the same way you change people's taste within 12 to 15 years completely. And that is the same thing about violence because you have to be forced to accept violence for it to be effective. Making sense? So if you don't accept the level of violence you have and come up with strategies and so forth for the violence you have and find ways to adapt to it, it really cannot be maintained. So in other words, once you fly into Jamaica from another country and you see all the grill work we have and the gated communities and the fact that you can buy a house, get all your friends within that neighborhood to gate it and the cost goes up by at least 26%, it means that we have maintained in our heads that we're going to live in this violent space. And it means change is going to be very difficult. So that's the depressing part. All right, so who actually commits these murders? The bulk of our murders are committed by males of the combatant age, which is 15 to 34 years old. And that accounts for 86% of all our murders since the year 2000. And we're using the block since the year 2000 because that gives us half a generation, a little bit more than half a generation. All right, so if it is males of the combatant age committing crimes, it means that any policy at all we're looking at must be reflected on males. And it can't be having a quarrel in gender because it is very specific and very focused. Now, does that suggest that women are not involved in the problem? The answer is no. Women find themselves in 5 different areas, and I'll speak about just a few. Some of the biggest gang violence I've studied here in Jamaica, Guatemala, Panama, all across are planned by women. Let me just say that a little bit more slowly. All right, so we understand. In fact, every study we do on violence, we also have to have some amount of work done with women because the women are usually the war strategists. They're the ones who walk into an area, into a space in very tight clothing but carrying weapons. They're the ones who also quite often determine that a war stops. Because we've seen very big wars that people take credit for when I know the 2 men who stopped the violence. So it's an intriguing thing. And because we're quite patriarchal in the way we have our discourse, we tend to forget that women are also involved. The second very critical area is the area of triggering. We have women who are used by gangs to trigger wars in terms of rape or murders. So because a group of persons will put a particular value on a particular woman, that woman is targeted and killed when a war is set for escalation. So quite often, so women are both victims and perpetrators of this. There are also the sleepers who are among the most dangerous of all gang situations. Sleepers are extremely pretty women by any measure, whether it's by symmetric measure or just by unique face shape, who are very distinct in communities, who sleep with persons so that they can be killed. And they're one of the groups I've spent the last 15 years trying to understand, because they don't get killed despite the fact that they commit so many murders, facilitate and do it for themselves. So, I mean, we could go on because there are other areas, but I'm giving you a 15-minute presentation. So it's a very complex situation, and quite often when people speak about violence, and this is the second area I want to talk about, the fact that people think that violence is about crime. And quite often when we speak about violence, people speak about crime and violence, and the constant marriage of crime and violence quite often confuse us. The bulk of our violence are actually not crime, and if they're even considered to be crime, they are not enforced. And they're not even, some of them are not even enforceable, because every culture operates within what we call a cultural reference snake in a tunnel. You can do this much, or you can leave that much. So there's always a wiggle room for the way we operate. And a lot of things that we do that we think can be policed really can't be policed. The third area I want to take this into about 5 blocks for you quickly. The third block I want to take you down is what we call a Civil War benchmark. Now, if you look at the work of Dole and other persons, you will see them speaking about 1,000 people being killed, and members of the state being killed, and a threat to the state, and so forth. These are the 3 more critical characteristics of the 9 that makes something become a civil war. If you take Jamaica, you'll find out that countries like St. Kitts, let's look at some of the smaller countries I've worked. U.S. Virgin Islands. You kill 1,000 people in U.S. Virgin Islands. It's not civil war. It's pretty close to a genocide. So in 2004, a group of us at the University of London set out to replace this definition with something that had no disrespect for small states. And so we took all the countries, the top 100 most violent countries, and we scaled down and we crunched everything, and we looked at everybody that had all the characteristics of a civil war, and we found out that you had to have a homicide rate of 30 per 100,000. Now, if you take that 30 per 100,000, you're beginning to look at some LAC countries, and you begin to see some real problems. Almost all countries in the LAC have homicide rates exceeding 30 per 100,000, and all of them have a history of colonialism and slavery, and all of them have the same pattern in socialization in the way boys are raised, because there is no biology without sociology, and there's no sociology without biology. And this is one of the errors that is made among a lot of social scientists. They spend the entire day trying to explain human reality without understanding that humans are animals in the first place. So let's look at something extremely basic. Why would these countries constantly feed this 30 per 100, and why would they stay there? Very, very simple. They benefit from violence. There must be a group of persons who are benefiting immensely from violence, and benefiting in a way in which it becomes an economy. If you come back to Jamaica, you'll see that if we should end our violence now, a lot of people would go broke. So it is a very serious issue. So let's take some of the areas in Jamaica very quickly before we get to our final section. If you begin from Kingston, and quite often when people think of Kingston, they think of the KMR, which is 1.125 million people. That is not what I'm speaking about. I'm speaking about Kingston, which is made up of 90,000 people, which is the only place in the Caribbean where every census, the population gets less, because nobody really wants to live there. And the homicide rate for that group would be 150, basically. That is the homicide rate of Kingston on average since the year 2000. And then if you look at St. James, which would be the second highest, it would be 105 per 100,000. All right? These are extremely high blocks. And then you can go all the way down to Portland, which is a matter of 18, ranging between 18 and 19 per 100,000. Now, if you take this lineup of parishes in Jamaica, and you now shift in your heads to the combatant age, which is young men between the ages of 15 and 34, then something very shocking hits you. All right, stop there a little bit and take Iraq at full-scale war. Iraq at full-scale war produced a homicide rate of 205 per 100,000, right? 205 per 100,000. You can go online and look at all the studies that have found the exact same thing. So even the propagandists got it right with the homicide rate of Iraq. Right. Now, I'm going to give you the figures for Jamaica. Now, forget about the 30 per 100,000, which suggests that you are beyond policing. You are now requiring an entire state to operate together in order to solve this. But let's look at the figures. Kingston, combatant age, 414 per 100,000. Let me go again. Kingston, homicide rate for combatant age, 414 per 100,000. Okay? Montego Bay, sorry, St. James, not Montego Bay. I shouldn't do this, I'm from Western Jamaica. St. James, a homicide rate for the combatant age of 287 per 100,000. Now, both of those blocks supersede Iraq at full-scale war. Okay? That's the state, that is the state of where we are. Okay? And therefore, what those two have done is created hubs. Because when your homicide rate is that high, you cannot operate alone anymore. It's illogical to operate alone. So let's start with the older hub. The older hub would be, of course, Kingston, which then spreads to St. Andrew, which then spreads to Spanish Town, which is, and it's interesting because in this older hub, Spanish Town people are afraid of Kingston people, and Kingston people are afraid of Spanish Town people. So it becomes quite interesting. And then the sugarcane belt of Portmore. So anybody who lives close to a sugarcane frame is going to end up having gangs operating within them. And then we shift from there, and we get into facilitating this with a motorway into Clarendon. Take your time, because gangs operate with technology and development. The more you develop without changing the root of your social problems, the more your violence will spread. Not rocket science. It's something I'm working with the Belizean government as we speak to let them understand that you can't move too forward in one way without the other hand moving forward too, otherwise you'll be providing people with weapons and efficacy rather than deterrent. In the same way when they started in Britain and they made sure they employed everybody who was a threat to the state in a, I won't even call the name of the project, and people used the money to buy weapons because they were black and England is white and they did not feel included, so they couldn't trust that there would be continuity, and therefore they buy weapons to be prepared just for adventure. So you see, policies are interesting. So we're talking about that block. Now, so Clarendon now is developed, and then Clarendon, as we speak, is in the process of mothering Manchester. And you can know that very simply by looking at the time of day murders occur in Manchester over the last 20 years. They used to be in the nights. If you're killing people in the night, it says you're not organized, you don't need to leave a lesson, you don't need to make everybody know that you are the one killing. When you kill in the day, you are now operating in the face of people and making sure people feel the threat and danger of your sting. So that's what is happening in Manchester now. Some weeks ago, somebody drove around in Manchester and would issued leaflets to say what will happen to you if you don't pay extortion money and so forth. Quite funny, but not funny. The second hub would be Montego Bay. And Montego Bay works with Westmoreland, and Westmoreland works with Hanover, and Hanover also works with Montego Bay. And that base has become too small, so they're now grafting Trelawney as we speak. But these are the two hubs. Now, if these two hubs are allowed to continue spreading, what we will have is something far more complex and complicated than we have, and will actually operate at a level that is very difficult to address. What type of policies would affect the combatant age? The first problem is our education system. And please note that we're not talking about policing. The education system, I had the privilege, and in fact a friend of mine said the privilege, of working at a particular place in London where I had access to material on how the education system was constructed in Jamaica. I don't know if you've ever been in a state where you want to laugh, and then you want to cry, and then you want to laugh again. But one of the first things I discovered was that the churches were actually encouraged to build schools for girls. So let me take my time on this, because this is an era where people like to jump up in the name of the Lord on at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, all right, without alcohol. All right. Churches were encouraged to build schools for girls. The result is that Jamaica has 7 all-boys schools and 15 all-girls schools. If you're a mother and you have a child who has just done GSAT and it's a boy, you have no confusion because you only have a few schools. If it's a girl, you're very confused because the avenue is so wide. And having just completed for the UWI the 5-year study on why males are not here, it became very clear that if you tell yourself you're an elite institution and you expect students to come in with a certain grade, we call matriculation, and you're not producing boys enough to enter, it means you're pretty lucky it's not worse. So there is some amount of gendered hypocrisy in Jamaica. People like to get into the spirit, as I say, on the Lord's Day, without looking at the facts. And one of the things, if you're going to shut down a recruitment frame, you have to make sure that all your boys are in school. But I'll tell you the data for Spanish Town and for Kingston. In most inner city communities, the boys' attendance to school range from, listen very carefully, 75% to 49.5%. What we're talking about is communities that I know very well having 50.5% of their boys between age 6 and 18 out of school. Now, if you have, by the way, there are no comparable data like that for girls. The girls are in school. And that's the first problem. The second problem is that they could be in school, but they only attend school three or 4 days per week. Or they're in school, but it takes them so long to catch up that it makes no sense. There's also the other thing you can find in the study, 2004 St. Catherine Adolescent Study, where the boys say that they are so hungry that they develop the science and they teach each other to put water in their palm every 15 minutes so the hydrochloric acid in their stomach don't eat the stomach. All right? Let me tell you how bad it is. It is so bad that there was a project to have some boys in the hills, and they made the error and gave the boys the same 3 meals per day as they gave the girls. And 5 of the boys had a stomach fold. Do you know what that means? Stomach is not accustomed to 3 meals per day, and they were vomiting and getting sick. All right? Now, when you have a state like that in which 1/2 of your population of children is so immensely neglected that UNICEF could simply publish that in terms of proper breastfeeding, girls are guaranteed proper breastfeeding in Jamaica, but not boys. When you get to a point where from breastfeeding through education all the way through, you ensure as a state that you provide a pool for recruitment into gangs where somebody does not need to have a good sermon to say to a young man, you need to really be screwing up some people's lives, you really need to be taking some revenge. I mean, I've sat around gangs and listened to them in their recruitment speech. It is not a good speech. It's not even worthwhile. I've said to Dons that if you gave that speech to a girl, you wouldn't get any. It's not convincing, but these young men are so angry already, so neglected already that it is pretty easy to recruit them. Let's move to the final section of what's really wrong. We have four blocks of families in Jamaica. 4 blocks of families. We have what people used to call nuclear and common law. Is combined by the OECD 2007, and you can look at the original frame, into what we call copper families. In copper families, there are 4 types, and they make up 42.2% of Jamaica's population, or our households. Our second largest family, so the largest family in Jamaica is not single parent, and we need to stop it. Yes, it is copper families. 24% marriage and 18% cohabiting or common law, and that adds up to 42%. The second family block would be extended with a horizontal, as in your cousins, and that's dominated in Portmore, or vertical, which is all over Jamaica. And that makes up another 38%. And that leaves us with what? Wow, we're not doing very well with our math today. 42 leaves us with 20%. So it should leave you with about 20.4%. And that 20.4% is divided into sole parent households and alternative. Well, alternative households are not a lot, and so we roughly say that Jamaica has about 20% sole parent household. Now let me quickly distinguish a sole parent household from a person who says I'm a single mother. Sole parent household means that when I come to your house, the only person I see at your house is you and your children. I do not see grandma and everybody else, which now makes the family an extended family. And then you can always say you're a single mother out on the road, but you're not a sole parent household. Having cleared that up, 20% of our families are that. The fastest growing family form in Jamaica is sole parent father household. It's the fastest growing household type in the entire Caribbean region because of the economy of education created in the last 32.5 years. Jamaica alone is running 54 tertiary institutions, and they're loaded with women, creating a frame of 100 males to 229 females enrolled at tertiary education level. If you have that, then single father must be the fastest growing household, because women are telling the men, take your pitney and head into university. And that's all over the Caribbean. So if one third of the 15% of households in Jamaica, that only have a mother is unsupported, totally unsupported, it means we have 5% of our households in Jamaica that are completely unsupported. Please understand that sole parent father households are transient and they get more support than sole female households. Is that clear? So we're talking about a 5% of a country having children to raise with absolutely nobody. And when we say nobody, we mean no visiting and supporting father. We're talking about no church brother, no relative, no nothing. 5%. That 5% we have discovered produces enormous amounts of tortures, because one of the things we have found is that 78% out of the data frame we're working with 3,216 households across the inner cities of Jamaica, what we have found is that 5% actually have enormous amounts of torture going on. A lot of the mothers, 78% of the mothers were tortured themselves as children. So I'm certain my colleague Claudette Crawford-Brown will tell you a little bit about torture some more when she comes. But these kids are now tortured by their mothers because the mothers understand the efficacy of torture in the same way we understand the efficacy of violence. And I'll tell you this, so far we have 219 repeat killers from 7 different Caribbean countries and the UK, as in Black London. And I'll tell you what we've found. Out of that group, every single male who has killed more than 3 times was tortured by his mother. Not by any other caregiver, but by his mother. So it means that one of the policies we have to look at is for everybody to begin to rescue these family types. If you go to a church, and notice I'm not saying the state, if you go to a church, your church is going to happen to run a project this year, you could very well adopt the family of this woman who comes there alone with her son all the time. And if you do that, strange enough, 53.2% of our murders in Jamaica are committed by people who repeat killing. Take care of yourself. God bless.
Thank you, Dr. Herbert Gayle. Very, very, very interesting and sound figures there. As Dr. Gayle will have to leave early, I'll take this opportunity to invite 3 questions so that you have some time to engage him on some of the things that he raised. Very controversial, but very important in relation to finding those sustainable solutions to the crime challenge here in the Caribbean. He drew our attention to the target population, which he has described as males of the combatant age, 15 to 38. And he has gone to elaborate on the matriarchal nature of our society and some of the policy implications of that. But what is interesting about Dr. Gayle's presentation is he went on to identify some of the solutions, and what I found to be an interesting solution, which is in line with the Sustainable Development Goals and the strategy towards attaining sustainable development, is the need to reduce the gaps between the opportunities available to boys and girls. At this time, I'd like to open the floor. 3 questions for Dr. Herbert Gayle.
Hi, this is not a question, Dr. Gayle, I'm sharing. Last night I deleted a Facebook post from my page because I've been reading a lot of Caribbean novels, and I made a Facebook page. Why are so many Caribbean authors writing about bad mothering? It's either mothering that has affected a child because of colorism, because of personal issues that affected the mother herself, or because she has got herself in a lifestyle that cannot parent properly. And I read it, I went to sleep, I got up this morning, and I deleted it because it looked too bad. Just sharing.
Thank you so very much. Would you like to comment?
I want to quickly say that I am the head of Fathers Incorporated, and it does not mean that I'm finding any excuse for fathers. 37% of Jamaican children have absolutely no father figure in their homes, and 9% of Jamaican children don't even know who their fathers are. But we also have another dilemma, as we think that Jamaica is the only country I know where it doesn't matter how you slice the data, when people apply for their children, 25% of those children will have the wrong father. So we are really struggling. And I'm just saying to us that, each time we think about our families and why we need to try and see if we can help our families, we need to think objectively, right? One of the things to do to really get to grapple with this thing is not to walk into a room with your head loaded with questions about, what is it that you want to hear, but actually to listen. There's something I'm trained in doing called body reading. I'm forced to do body reading because I work directly with gangs. And it's always fascinating when you're doing a presentation and in your heads, you're calculating those who are listening, those who have a question, and those who really will never believe anything until it drops at their doors. The issue is that a boy is umbilically connected to his mother primarily and not his father. As the head of Fathers Inc., it would have been good if nature was kind enough to make fathers a little bit more important to boys. But the last person to hurt a boy is the mother. When everybody hurts you, and I can give it to you in the Haitian version, if your mother hates you, you're really ugly. And it means a lot. When we work with boys shows us marks and cuts and stabs they get from their father. But they also tell you, if you see my father, look good if I never chop him back. Boys do not have the emotional capacity to attack their mothers, but what they do is transfer it to other women. All right? And that is why one of the first things we use to identify a psychopathic killer is whether or not he rapes and kills women. If he does, we know for sure, we are 100% certain that he was tortured. Okay?
Thank you so very much.
Question.
So there is a conversation that you mentioned, Fathers Incorporated. There's a conversation going among many women, single parents in particular. And the notion goes, woman can't raise boy pitney. Being the product of woman government from small grandmothers and so, I have struggled with that because the children my grandmother raised, or my grandmothers have raised, as men, have turned out relatively well. But women from here to the diaspora seem to have the notion that women can't grow boy children.
Yeah, it's a narrow-minded view. The top grades for 2012 and 2013, and I think 2016 at the UWI came from boys of single mothers. So we need to be very careful. I'm a data box. If what people say don't fit into the data I know, I don't bother waste my time and listen. The truth of the matter is that men have 4 splintered roles as fathers. They protect, provide, they male nurture. Please note the word male nurture, not female nurture, very different. And they are role models. What mothers creatively do is they find men and relatives to fit each of these roles and stabilize the boys. When it is that the mothers get into trouble is when they have no support system. Think this makes sense to you, no? So this thing of blaming single mother for everything mosquito bite is single mother, we need to stop it.
And torture, your definition of that?
Definition of torture must include 2 things. It must be prolonged and repeated, and it must scar you physically and or psychologically. So in other words, if somebody hits you with a car and break your leg, it's not torture, even though it is severe, because they don't do it every 2 weeks or every week.
And use is no. So what you've shared with us is just eye-popping and head-turning. How do our people in security, how do our people in the churches, how do our people who run society use what you have? Is it publicly available? And how do we work with what you have?
This is my 68th public lecture since the year started, sir, which is parasuicidal in itself. I think those persons who are waiting to see me publish a book can wait because books takes 3 to 4 years.
All right, thank you so much, Dr. Herbert Gayle. Put your hands together. Very controversial, very mind-boggling. Thank you so much, Dr. Herbert Gayle. The next voice you will hear is from Dr. Claudette Crawford-Brown. And just to say, she is the author of Children in the Line of Fire. Welcome her as she comes.
Good afternoon, everybody. I think it is very timely. I was supposed to have presented in the first session, and I think it's very timely that I'm speaking right after my colleague and friend, Dr. Gayle, because I will be presenting a paper which speaks to some of the issues he's raised. As he's mentioned, we're always meeting upon all angles and behind the scenes somewhere at some forum. And like, I think it was Dr. Moncreiffe, I'm very bit weary because I've been doing this for over 30 years, as you see. However, we have to keep trying now. And so today I'm going to present on the topic, understanding criminal behavior in children, because my focus today is to talk about things from the flip side. Dr. Gayle has just given me the context for that, because he's been talking about gender issues and what happens with boys and girls. But I have been hearing about the police and law enforcement, but I'm going to be looking at it from the flip side, looking at it from a micro perspective. And I come to you from a place where I have been working as a practicing micro-level person, meaning working with the individuals and small groups at the problems of violence for these 3 decades. Now, I'll speak about this within the context of a program which I started, which looks at, it was called the Violence Prevention Program, where we sought in 1996, there was a well-known criminal in Rosetown who shot a 3-year-old because she was crying after the killing of a parent. It was 2 events. That was one incident. And I remember writing an article in the Gleaner saying, we have crossed a line. Something has happened here. I think it was Reverend Reed. He's long dead and gone now, where he corroborated what I said. I said, something has happened when we are shooting children. I used to collect data with my students. In 1995, there was 1 non-accidental killing of a child. We grew up, and well, myself and probably Prof. Bernal and our age group grew up in a society where children were not accidentally killed. It was the Orange Lane fire, where anybody remember the Orange Lane fire in the 70s, where we first saw babies thrown into the fire, where we first started seeing children being killed accidentally. When I asked my Caribbean social issues class, do you know for Jamaica like that? I am realizing now that there's a whole generation of youngsters who have grown up in a society that they don't know of a society where you don't kill children. But the killing of a child, in the same way Dr. Gayle is talking about criminals who attack women, he's using it as a benchmark. I'm using the killing of children as a benchmark to say we have passed a certain place in our society because not a lot of societies kill their children. So I want to start from the children who become criminals. They don't just drop out of the sky. They start as children. And I'm saying in order to solve the problem and look at this issue and answer this question of solutions to the monster, we have to look at what is happening with our children. How do they turn into these monsters? Dr. Gayle has mentioned some of the issues. Next slide. I'm going to be talking, therefore, about it from a conceptual framework. Understanding the problems of crime and violence, therefore, is optimal. First of all, we need to look at a conceptual framework and look at the evidence-based research that has grounded what I do. So it's basically a program that I'll be describing in terms of a best practice model that I've used at a community level. But I'll first talk about it from the point of view of research. All right, so we know that there's the impact of globalization, the internationalization of crime is one of the big factors that pushes our crime. Geographic and other vulnerabilities of the region, our country allows for easy travel, and the fact that we are a transshipment port. We know we have well-established networks in South America that are using Jamaica's transshipment port, so the drugs go with the crime. What we find is that law enforcement approaches so far reflect what I call the Hydra phenomenon. Okay? And the Hydra phenomenon is where you have, as in the Hydra, you cut off one tentacle, like you did with Dudus, and you have many tentacles growing in its place. And that is one of the conundrums we've got ourselves into. You kill the Don, or you kill the criminal, but my point is that you have hundreds waiting in the wings to take their places. And these hundreds waiting in the wings are the children and youth that Dr. Moncreiffe spoke about, that Dr. Gayle has been talking about. The slides seem to have been stuck, but we have to just jump around it and keep moving. And so what you have happening is that a situation which I call, when I run out, you run in. As the criminal is killed, you have a whole heap of youngsters. You see the scammers coming out now and a lot of young criminals coming in to replace. Why? Lack of traditional family values, lack of traditional community values, and the other support systems such as the church, etc., and the positive role models that we always look for are being replaced by a cartel and a bleach face. The Bob Marleys of my generation and the Michael Manleys who used to go to your school and talk to you, the male role models and the female role models are not there. And so the kids have difficulties in relating to people who can guide them, basically. So you have an increasing pool of young criminals ready to run onto the criminal stage. Next issue, crisis of parenting. Non-parenting children and adolescents become vulnerable to criminals and possible, what Dr. Gayle talks about, serial killers and people who have social pathology. Those things happen when you have a number of things. Dr. Gayle spoke about what he calls the torture from parents. I call it extreme abuse, okay? And it so happens that Dr. Gayle was working in his anthropology area now, and I was doing my research in my little social work practice area, and we were coming up with the same things. From 1993, I started seeing my data, and this came out of a PhD thesis I did at Rutgers years and years ago. And it's on all angles we bucked up and realized that we were seeing the same things with different types of data sets, different types of research over years. Okay, and you need to flip that about 10 slides down for me, please. Okay. So then, you have non-parented children and adolescents who are vulnerable to becoming serious criminals because they're of deficiencies in parenting. Now, how did I come to that conclusion? One, you have a new phenomenon in our society where you have criminalized families. I'm talking about a youngster who I worked with who is a KC graduate. He basically came into this group of children as perpetrators at age 17. Unlike criminal patterns elsewhere, what I'm suggesting is that many of our victims and perpetrators are children. And this is the data that I focused on in my book. Or when you look at data across the world, look at this now, 2005, and I'm giving you data from 2014. 824 incidents of major crime, 10% by children, 12 to 15. In the 16 to 20 age group is where you get the peak of the criminals. When we look at 2013 to 2014, 44 children were murdered. And then when you look at the perpetrators now, we find that, that data I'll show you in the next slide. We find that latency age children, here it is, the perpetrators. 44 children were charged for murder, 40 children charged for shooting with intent, and 94 charged with breaches of the Firearms Act. So I was looking at it from 2004, and then by 2014, a previous speaker spoke about the thing ballooning in our faces. This is the reality. And so what I'm suggesting is that latency age boys, that is the 8-year-old, 9-year-old, the 6, 7, 8-year-old, are the kids who we have to focus on. We can't be focusing on the kids at 18 when they're conduct disordered and you can't turn them around. You have to start with them very, 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 very young. And from 1999 was the first time my other book was produced, where I said we have to do early detection, early warning systems to pick up those children who are severely abused through after-schools programs, support those parents early, and do that intervention so that you don't get them becoming criminals later. And that is the key, ladies and gentlemen. Girls, the boys are in trouble, but guess what? The girls are trying hard to catch up. What do I mean by this? I'm suggesting that you have a situation where in 2006, this is what was happening with girls. 21% care and protection, boys, wounding, your typical dangerous drugs, etc. Look at what is happening. 2009, they were telling me, boys were arrested more. But boys were arrested for wounding, but more girls were arrested for what? Weapons possession. Remember what Dr. Gayle was saying about the women carrying, being at the center of a lot of issues? I found that the girls were carrying guns in their backpacks. And that 94 children in 2014 were charged for firearms breaches. A lot of them were girls. So if we pay attention to one gender or the other, we're going to be in trouble. We have to deal with both of them. Next week, we talk about what has been our response. School-based initiatives, a lot of conferences. We've had PMI, Peace Management Initiative, dispute resolution with lady, who is, she is now, that beautiful lady, Donna Parchment, a lot of work on dispute resolution. And those are the initiatives that have been long-term. But we had a wonderful one that I'm going to be talking about as the focus of my presentation as a case study done in Grand Span, where we were taken from university, LIPS from psychology, social work, sociology, and we were involved in a major project in violence prevention. CHAM, and you remember that big Grand Spend project. When I tell you the amount of money that was spent, we were part of the social intervention in that project, and that is how the violence prevention program here was strengthened, because we were able to get funding, and we piled up a car with puppets and rugs and all sorts of social interventions, and we went there from 2004 till now. We've been working in that one community. Why did I do this? Basically, it came from a project the university sent me on a principal's research fellowship in 1998, I think it was, where I was asked to understudy a violence prevention program at UConn, University of Connecticut School of Social Work. And I went to Yale, and I looked at a project called UNITAS, which was run by a lecturer called Professor Frederick Eisman, where he reduced violence in Bronx by over 70%. And I basically replicated that model here, and that's what I'm going to be showing you today, and suggesting as showing you what I've done with it in terms of adaptability. So then, why did I do this, and what is the conceptual framework that drives it? Basically, I'm going to show you some data. I started by looking at a conceptual framework which looks at 4 dimensions of how you learn to be a criminal. One is biological. Some theorists say that children are born with the violence genes, the psychological aggression to be a criminal, aggression and all of those things. 2, you have the societal dimension that says once they are born and they have specific cognitive abilities and skills and a specific neurological makeup, they enter what is called the second dimension, which is a societal dimension. Okay? And we are at slide 21. The societal dimension says, within the family and within the school, the influences of parents and teachers inadequately cue or reinforce the behavior. So Usain Bolt, for example, was hyperactive, right? But somebody, his auntie, remember that role of the auntie and the teacher, used to send him as a runner to carry things to the principal. Somebody picked up very early that this child had a lot of energy and channeled and reinforced those behaviors in a positive way. That is what makes a difference in terms of the societal dimension. Then the social dimension now is that peers will weaken or strengthen the problem. So if you go to a campaign where you don't fight and stab over every little thing, peer mediation is encouraged, etc., you have a different way of dealing with conflict. What is happening now is that killing is the way of dealing with conflict. And so there was a report 2016 last year. Daily Gleaner says that murder, shootings have been reduced and murders have increased. You know what that means? It means that people are killing people without the gun. Any way that I can have, whenever I have a conflict, I just kill you. And so what we have to do is to, if you see to the back there, I have a whole set of materials developed in 2008 called Developing Emotional Intelligence in Children. If we don't stem the tendency for children to deal with conflict through violent means from early. If you, any of you drive into a primary school today and you look, because I work in a primary school every week, I take my class to a particular school. That same school I was in 2004, I'm still there. And I saw a child, an 8-year-old, kicked another girl. Miss. Little boy, he was kicked in his scrotum. Why was he kicked? He was kicked by a child who wasn't even referred to my program. She kicked him in the scrotum because he had a girlfriend. He did like her and then like another girl. And she just kicked the child in his private parts. And he was bleeding. And when we tried to figure out what was happening with her, she was just simply saying, him don't like me again. But all she sees around her is actions and conflict resolution that deals with physical force and violence. If you see the type of playing, children kicking each other in the kidney, a child who tells me at the behavioral camp that, Miss, I know how to kill people, you know, a 6-year-old boy. And we would use hug therapy and we hug him and he says, Miss, bad man don't get hug, Miss. I said, why you say that? Miss, the bad man don't get hug. Me know if you kill a man, you know, Miss. You just stab him in the kidney and you twist it and he tell you how he take the knife and you twist it because you have to stab up and then twist. Now, where does this 6-year-old get this from? 8-year-old pulling little girl into the classroom. I walk into the school with my students from here, trying to teach them how to develop new models of intervention. And I hear about a little 6-year-old who, by the way, took a condom to school and his foot could hold in the condom, but yet he was bringing it as a show and tell. When the teacher said, let me see, no, miss, you can't see this, you know, miss. It's for big people, it's not for you, miss. It's for man things this. You understand? And he was the child who then went and pulled another little girl into the bathroom and broke her hand. Father comes in to kill him. And the principal, who's a very good school, they were able to do an intervention. And he said, Miss, all I do is ask if I can rape her. I just want to rape her, you know, miss. And she wouldn't come. We did want to rape her, but she didn't come. He's 6, infant school. What is it saying? It's saying that we have a situation where the child's learning is at certain levels. The society has given him certain messages. At the social level, his peers, because he called his friends to help him to pull her into the bathroom. But she wouldn't come, miss. That is why her hand get broke. So we don't understand. Because we have created a situation where his emotional intelligence has got to a place where he does not understand genuinely that this is wrong. Okay, so you get to the final stage now where the psychological dimension is that violent behavior is reinforced negatively or positively by the educational system, the mental health system, and the correctional system, educational system, mental health system. So the educational system, and that picks up on Dr. Moncreiffe, what you call transformative education, has to be organized so that we can help our children to deal with some of these issues that are coming at them. And I've proposed that this be done through an after-school program where what you do is simply pick out the children who are at risk and do an early detection, early intervention. We're talking from 6-year-old. That's what we've been doing at Shortwood, practicing to one school for 12 years, done an evaluation, and we see that it works. Unfortunately, we don't replicate and sustain. All of those packages were developed and manuals, etc. And everybody went to Trelawney Beach Hotel, and they had a training, and after the 250,000 workbooks done, it finished. And so we have the mushrooming of the violence again, because we were working in Kingston only with those packages. And it never went out, they never got the email, they never got the message, and the country areas are now coming up again. So, how do children become criminals? I'm just going to quickly go over the research, and there's a graph there that I'll show you. 5 factors: absence of mother, contact with father, contact with mother, the degree of relationships with gangs or negative peers, and the severity of the problem in the first place. What I found was that no linear relationship existed with anyone, but it is a cluster of factors which, when exist together in any one child, will predispose that child, okay? So we talked about the learning dimensions. We're looking now at the factors which are the biggest factors which cause the criminal behavior. Absence of mother is something I link directly to my barrel children issue. Normally, remember with the black family and my mother who fathered me, we were told that it is the absence of father which was the problem. So for the first time, I remember Professor Barry Evans jumping on me when I said this. And the women were saying, oh, we are blaming the women again. And we get that very much with the feminists, etc. But I was finding from that big study, it was a major study, it was my PhD thesis back in the day, 20 years ago. And when I documented this, Newsweek came down, and I just heard that NBC is coming down to interview me on the same barrel children issue, which is coming up 20 years later. So 20 years ago, when I first talked about it, I was talking about the fact that mothers were absent. The biggest issue was death of mother. But the second biggest issue was absence of mother due to migration. And so this is what everybody was jumping on me on. When I investigated further, I found that that migration issue ties in possibly to what Dr. Gayle spoke about, is that the role of mother is very, very important. And if you don't have father, and if you don't have mother on top of it, you are creating a very difficult situation. So as our women move to fill the labor market in the States and Canada, I'm suggesting that something serious is happening when those mothers are not here to protect the girls or the boys against all of the number of things in their environment. So we find that in there's a graph there, in the absence of fathers being there, the biggest issue, 84% of the study group had absent mothers versus 30-odd% in the control group. So it's a big significant, all right? Okay, so what I'll do then is just go through very quickly and talk about the program. The program basically is a multimodal nurturant model which looks at a number of different techniques. What we did, we call it the WeCut model of violence prevention and outreach, and what we did was to simply look at a number of strategies. We used dance therapy, dance hall, we looked at music therapy, we looked at work with the parents, we looked at puppetry and psychodrama, and the creative arts as a way of intervening with the communities and the families. What happened with that is that over maybe a 20-year period, we found very good results with this. So at the macro level, we had a website that offered resources for all the people dealing with violence. So you had materials, workbooks, etc., that could be ordered by caregivers. Then at the community level, we did work with the police, where we helped them with some of the stress that they were dealing with. We were able to work on urban spaces. We have Fleet Street, in downtown, that's doing a good job with that community-based project. And the big thing was to use clinical work with the children who are traumatized, like Dr. Gayle's kids, using counseling, group counseling, individual counseling, as well as the creative arts to intervene and to see if we can interrupt some of the violence and the tendencies by developing their emotional intelligence. So that's about it. I'm going to stop there. Oh, the last one was research on social advocacy, where we did a lot of work with the mothers who had lost children, the Mothers Quilt Project, things like that, going to Parliament to lobby for work on getting those sexually abused or abused kids properly adjudicated, etc. So social outreach, research, community work, as well as macro level policy has to be done all at the same time in order to get some kind of change.
Thank you, Dr. Claudette Crawford-Brown. We are certainly at a tipping point, but there are working solutions which Major General Antony Anderson will expound on now. Please welcome him as he comes and talk to us about the working solutions.
Yeah, thank you for that. I didn't realize that that's what I was doing, but I'm sure I'll be able to add something to the discussion. I must make a point, though, and having listened to the other presenters and was in another forum recently with Capri, is that it keeps coming home, the value of research and the value of using data to come up with the conclusions. We tend to base a lot of what we do and our decisions on anecdote. And you know, you go to any sort of St. Andrew veranda and there's a solution to the problems of the world, and usually based on not much data. I think one of the things that should happen is perhaps, like yourself, Dr. Gayle, etc. I know he has done a lot of public speaking, but it's really throw your voices in the discussions that are held, because there are some very loud voices that carry the discussion, sometimes drowning out other voices. And you know, when you're speaking from a position of having data, and the data is supporting what you say, it makes a big difference. The other point I'll make is that the point you make about, you know, a 6-year-old knowing how to kill someone and can demonstrate how it's done, obviously seen an adult do it, or that can't understand why somebody would resist being raped. I mean, you want to get them in the bathroom. And then you follow that trend at 7, 8, 9, 10, and you have a situation, what we have to be, the other side, there's a little flip side of that I'll just throw in the mix. When we actually call the police to the scene of something like this, where the training that a police officer gets is really to deal with what one could consider normal behaviors and normal levels of crime and stuff. And these things appear certainly to anyone, unless you're study it or you're very deeply embedded, as abnormal types of things. So whether it is that you're really calling a police officer to respond to a situation where somebody will throw a grenade at him, I mean, that's unheard of in a lot of places, or to confront somebody who may have an AK-47, a weapon of war, and who may be a child at the same time. It's just, and I'm, you know, the point I'm making is that, because I was just thinking about it as I sat there, is that, you know, what is it that prepares the police officer after that happens to deal with that situation? And it may speak to a different type of intervention, even in terms of how we police and with our police officers, and a different type of training model. And that model should be more reflective of our realities, as opposed to reflective of a reality that exists in other places. But one of the things probably is the reason why that there's that separation between that reality and, as I said, what may be in other places, is that both realities exist in the same space in Jamaica. Both realities exist within miles of each other. And, you know, the shock on people's faces when you go to these forums, when they start to hear about some of the things that occur, and they're occurring within 2 miles of where they live, or 3 miles, or 5 miles of where they live, is indicative of that sort of split that exists within our own society. And this is not I'm not casting any aspersions. I'm just saying this is a reality. And if we're looking for solutions, then our solutions have to reflect the reality that we have. And sometimes measures and actions, policies, even laws that are put forward or proposed are in one reality not considered necessary, or probably even considered absurd, but they are actually more targeted to the other reality that's existing within the same space. And, you know, so you see quite often a certain level of cynicism about policies, and over time, I mean, just is another one, something else, oh, what are they doing now, and so on. Well, what they're doing generally is trying to fix the worst of it. And that worst part of it is so shielded from other people's reality that they can't see even the reason why you'd want to do that. And I'll just make another point. A few years ago, because of the number of young men, say children, boy children, who were in custody, there was a thought to perhaps we can assess them, and it was, you know, the Prime Minister at the time said, well, go through and assess this list of young men who were incarcerated, who were children, and see how many of them we can release. Because why are you keeping all these, you know, I think the number at the time was 75 or something like that. Why are you keeping them locked up? Well, they did the thing, they assessed them and said, okay, well, we can release 2. They said, why not? That's ridiculous. Why can't we release the rest of them? Well, because it's armed robbery, murder, attempted murder, etc., that the rest of them were there for. And so you couldn't, even the attempt to deal with it in a particular way. And the sort of, and so all of that is reflective of the two realities coinciding. Children can't be like that, but then the data is saying they are, but they're not all, if you see what I mean. So, and so I use that as kind of a backdrop, and I'm just reflecting on what was said. And just looking how that you have a problem, and then so the policy has to derive from solutions or attempts at solutions at the problem, and then you line up legislation with that, and then you allocate your resources. Now, one of the challenges we've had as a country is that we don't necessarily have a common definition of what the problem is that faces us. And likewise, you don't have common definitions of the solutions to it, naturally. And so, but there are some common threads that people generally agree with when you're talking about solutions. I've not heard anyone suggest that there is a long-term law enforcement solution to a social problem. I've not heard anyone say that. So there are social solutions to social problems. But the reality is, when you are faced instantly at this point in time with significant threats of violence, or people's ability to function normally is at risk, then obviously the purpose of law enforcement is to intervene there and create conditions that you can get the change. But the policy has to flow from that intervention to save lives, and carry it all the way through to the point of development and lasting and sustainable change in communities. And so a couple of things have happened, and I'll just outline a few of them. And I think it comes from an understanding that to meet our national goals and the goals of development, etc., it is critical to have a foundation of security and safety. Our people have to feel safe. Our spaces need to be safe. And so, and this has been achieved in other places. We've had, there are examples in the world where this has been done. But usually, where it has happened, you've had a splash of the circumstance. So you don't have that, we're okay, and we are not. So because it splashed across, everybody was looking for common solutions. And usually the solutions to these things, it's almost impossible to get solutions to some of these intractable problems without inconveniencing someone in some way. It's just not doable. It has to happen. Now, that doesn't mean at all that you have to remove people's rights, that you have to behave in any particular manner. It doesn't, violence doesn't require violence. As a matter of fact, the more violence you put in the spaces, the more violence you have. It's like the greatest predictor of violence is violence, you know, as opposed to crime. They're different things. I like the distinction that Dr. Gayle made. So in terms of concrete things, let me just bring it down to our reality. Let's look at our security environment and how it's structured and has been. So the question is, we normally look at the Ministry of National Security to deal with security matters, because by obviousness, they're the ministry. But the Ministry of National Security, so the Ministry of National Security has the correctional services, it has the constabulary force, it has PICA, and to an extent it has the Jamaica Defense Force that straddles that and on into the Office of the Prime Minister. The Port Security Corps is at the Ministry of Transport. FID, RPD, and Customs is at the Ministry of Finance. The Port Security Management Limited is at the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation. The Municipal Police is at the Ministry of Local Government, who also have the fire brigade. So whose is security? And in an environment where you have the security arms and organs of the state spread across 6 or 7 ministries, you can imagine that there could be some coordination issues and difficulties lining all of that up. Now, when you take it to the broader picture of who is responsible for a response to security issues, and you start to talk about social agencies and so on, it becomes even more complex. So the policy framework, the policies have to align the activities of not only the security pieces, which are all over the place, but then align that with all the other intervention pieces required to move it from where it is to where we need to get it. And to a large extent, failures that have happened in trying to execute in that complex environment and getting everything to line up. So the recent policy shift has been to pull security-related matters to the center so that the direction to line up everything and how that works can come from the center, from the Prime Minister, the Cabinet, and the Prime Minister leading on it, so that the Minister of National Security isn't expected to deliver when a critical part of his delivery exists in other ministers' portfolios, but they are not accountable. So the policy shift is really to pull it to the center so that they're all accountable for it, led by the peer. The other shift is that the reality is you have competing demands on resources. You have competing demands on attention. So the IMF arrangements that have been in existence for 5 years now, I think it's 5 years it's been running the program, has managed to focus the country really, and focus government to meeting the requirements of standby agreements in a way that perhaps we have not stuck to anything in a very long time. So in a very new way, in the last IMF standby agreement, the business of security were benchmarked in the agreement. First for us, first for the IMF. But it's in recognition that you can't meet those goals unless you have security. And so, as a policy, that's shifted it to a very central point. The other thing is that in recognition of those persons who are at risk, those young men largely, but young people who are at risk, you've lined up the sort of the assets and the capacity to treat with that. And I'll give you an example of it. As most people are aware, the Heart Trust has now been functionally, if not legally, but functionally has brought in, combined with the National Youth Service, the apprenticeship program, and the missing one, JFLL. And that is the idea, to move that organization, which really Heart is probably the lead agency at the moment, to treat with those persons who cannot formally qualify to get into Heart, because they require a grade 9 achievement. And the reality is that you have anywhere, depends on whose figures you use, from 70,000 to 120,000 people who can't fit into that or any other program really. And the idea is to provide a mechanism that wherever you start, you can move forward in terms of your development and training. So the price of entry into some program is interest. And of course, the price of getting through it, or the cost of getting through it, is your effort. So that's another policy shift, and that's although it's an education development piece, it's directly related to cutting the pipeline of, well, providing an alternate pipe for people, of young people, from getting involved in criminal activity or gangs. And that is what that program is. That's what the HOPE program is trying to do. The National Service Enlistment, where the JDF is now taking in people on a one-year rotation to actually, a lot of that has to do with not militarizing a society in a negative sense, but militarizing people in a positive sense in terms of discipline and coming to work on time and that sort of thing. Those are the upside of it. So from a policy position, that is finding different avenues to absorb persons who were not previously absorbed or could be absorbed. Now, it's how you do that in a framework of limited resources. And so these existing mechanisms, and of course, a lot of assistance from civil society is required. but it's necessary. It's necessary. And the fact of the matter is, will it all turn out right? Not necessarily. Chances are it will have to be adjusted because it's new. But it's different, and it's focused on the problem that you see. So those are some of the sort of policy positions and changes that are being contemplated. One, to remove the flow in, to address the issue of violence. I mean, the fact of the matter, I'm here speaking, but you know, in the newspaper reports and in reality, we have murders going up. But we're not, I mean, we were at near to 1,700 murders. We're now at 13 and going in the wrong direction. But we are as, and it creates a feeling of fear, and the fact of the matter is that we have to address that in the short term. But in addressing that short-term problem, obviously we can't address it in a manner that's just going to deepen the long-term issues. And so another policy is really how you leverage technology and data and capture data to leverage it against the persons and criminal organizations committing the murders. So that is in train, but obviously it's not something that you achieve as soon as you think, here's a good idea, and the next minute is there. So it has a process. And in the very, very short term, the only thing you can do to get it to settle down is to intervene there in the space. You have to be in the space. But we know that's not sustainable for long-term change. So those are some of the policies that I'll just speak about, the direction, and just share with you those reflections on what has been said. Thank you very much, and so later on I'll take any questions you want.
Thank you, Major General Antony Anderson, for giving your perspective, especially from the position of the government. We're grateful. So what can be done to achieve sustainable reductions in crime when there are competing priorities? Jacqueline Cummings will now come and continue this discussion. Being the president of the Jamaica Bar Association, perhaps she will also comment on how we can cut the court backlog. Welcome her as she comes.
Good afternoon, everyone. When I left law school, we used to have trial by ambush, but this is presentation by ambush. I'll start by asking a question. How many of you have helped a young man pay his exam fees, CSEC fees? Hands up. Very few hands. How many of you have given or begged a job for another young man from somewhere? A little more hands go up. Good. I wear another hat in addition to being a lawyer. I'm on a school board of an inner city community which was considered a failing school. And when that failing designation was appointed to that school, my church asked me as an attorney to go there and assist the situation. And my being there sees what it is happening. Because I saw a study done by Prof. about the population in our prison systems. And the majority came from that school. And the question was why? The second study said that they were second place. And a group of boys went to the guidance counselor and said, bad man no play second. And they were very serious. We have a group of young men who grew up in this country who have a mindset or a thinking. There was a young man that came before me at the school board level, facing expulsion, and I gave him a chance. And I said, I want you to do something. I want you to turn yourself around and come next time. I want to hear good things about you. When next term came, teacher saw me and stopped me. First day of school, they're asking them, he's in grade 10 now, what you want to be when you grow up. He told the teacher, a scammer. I said to the teacher, he's joking. Teacher says, no, he wasn't joking. So I went to the young man, I said, come here. Why you play that kind of joke on the teacher? She's too fool, you know me, she's too fool. So why not tell her what you really wanted to be? I just joke me around with her, you know, miss. But the fact is, we have to, as a society, can't always depend on the government, the parents, and the school system to help us with some of these young men. We ourselves have to sometimes do our part. There was a young man that I went to represent at a school board meeting, being expelled from JC. That young man is now a lawyer. I went to another situation where a young man from Moncreiffe didn't have anything to do, didn't know what to do after school was finished. I said, come and work for me for a couple of months. Luckily for him, he could play football. He got a football scholarship to the States. He's now an engineer at Ford Motor Company from Moncreiffe. So if we take them one by one out of their communities and give them something to do, it will make a start. I don't know if any of you played minor league football or know what minor league football is. Minor league is a football competition started by, his name escapes me now, in the 60s, by a football lover who decided that he wanted to find something to do in the summer to take boys 12 to 16 year age group off the streets and start a football competition in Kingston for them. It's still happening. It's no longer called minor league, but they have now 3 different age groups. You have under 13, under 15, under 17. But his aim was to get as many boys from as many communities into a football team and to have the team from each community compete against each other during the summer. So for that summer, for 4 days for the week, they're training. And then other days, they're playing games. So they have no time to sit down on a corner and rub their hand middle or to determine how best they can take that pen out of somebody's hands or that purse out of somebody's, or a nice phone that they see, because they are training and they became competitive. And when they began to reach a stage where we got sponsorship and they were given gears, so everybody got a shirt and a shorts and a pair of socks. Some of them even got boots. They were the big thing in the community when they wore their jerseys. And every year they come back and play, they get another shirt, another pair of shorts. That motivates them, that keeps them. But only so much of them can be captured by that system. We need to understand, Nelson Mandela said, when a man is denied the right to live the life he believes, he has no choice but to become an outlaw. Nelson Mandela said that. You can say different circumstances for Mandela, but all Mandela was not fighting for is not just the manner of the apartheid regime, but how blacks and their whole system. He didn't choose, as a very educated lawyer, to decide he's going to go up against his government and defy them. It's a choice he had to make, a sacrifice he had to make. And these young men are in situations where they are faced with very little else. Because, as the professors both said, Dr. Gayle and Dr. Crawford, that when these men are victims of violence, they become themselves violent. How do you get them to stem them from becoming one of my clients to becoming one of ambassador students? How do you stem the difference? And the difference is you need to have that on-hand culturalization. And one of the things that I found in my second HAP is that when students come before you, before the school board, facing suspension or expulsion, the thing that I look at the most is parents and their interest. And quite a few times, we, the school, have to rescue the students from their parents. I drove into the school one day. I do that sometimes. and I saw an off-duty policeman grab a boy and give him some box. I didn't know what it was all about. And I saw him drag the young man to the principal's office. So I went there immediately to inquire what happened. He has missed school for about 2 weeks straight. His guardian did not know where to find him. So they came to school and buck him up. And he was about to give him another box again. And I stood in between. And I said, don't touch him. He said, you can call the police, I'm the police. I said, don't touch him. When you hear from the shout, he had a reason to run from his guardian. My only problem with him is that next time, son, come tell us. Let us know. Because when last you eat? 2 days ago. What you eat? A bag juice and a bun. Not even the cheese. Because what? His guardian is treating him like the household helper. Everything, he must wash this, he must do that, he must do that. And I'm like, no. This is what happens. I'm speaking to a young lady who's a grown woman now, and she told me why she ran away from home. Why did you run away from home? Because her parents died and she would live with some aunt uptown, and she had to be the one to pick up the dog doodoo in the yard. And she decided one day she's not picking up any more dog doodoo, so she ran away from home. She has made her way in life and done something, but the reality is we have to look and see what is happening. Because we have this thing in Jamaica where we call, not me. Everything had happened, not me. As I told a group of judges, when we're determining, I'm on the committee that was determining the whole issue of this sentence reduction day and what to happen on these things. The problem is this, 25 years I've been a lawyer. I can count on my fingers how many clients have told me I did it. I can count. I can tell you, probably half of them did what they were accused of doing, but they would not tell you that because they know the system. From independence till now, we've had 7 Court of Appeal judges. Has not increased the figure. Our population has increased. Our cases, loads of things have increased. We now sue for everything in this country. They slip and fall on the steps at work, they sue the employer. They get fired for doing something wrong, and it's not the proper, they sue. They, on the road and the car bounce them down and make their clothes dirty, they sue. You're in an argument at school and somebody thump you, you run to the police and you sue. You're down the road talking to your neighbor and they fling dirt over your yard, you run to the police and you're before the court. Everything is before the court. And you wonder. I was in Maypen and I saw a lady, very well dressed, intellectual lady, charged for what? Assault. What happened? She and her husband have broken up. They had an argument, and he claims that in the argument and in the tussle, she tore his shirt. So she's before the court for malicious destruction of property. Now you tell me no. Why is that? And the case is being tried because he's insisting on his day in court for the case to be tried. Now you have, the court system is divided into 3 terms. Michaelmas, Hillary, and Easter term. Each term is about 70 days. Most courts sit for 5 hours each day. There are 300 to 400 cases waiting for trial in the Home Circuit Court, ranging from murder to sexual offenses to manslaughter. Now you tell me, in those hours, how many of those cases you think we can try per term? 70 days we have to try 300 odd cases every term. And if you get rid of 15 or 20 or 50, another 100 are coming behind it to join the queue. You have initially 20-something judges. In 2008, it was increased to 40. But here what? We still have the same 4 courtrooms. We still have the same amount of staff. We still have the same amount of stenographers. We still have the same amount of prosecutors. So we have increased the murder rate from independence till now. We've increased our judges. We've moved from having a circuit court in Spanish Town and Montego Bay to an all-year-round circuit for the entire terms. But you go to Mandeville, and the circuit lasts for 3 weeks. How many cases of the 200 and odd that they might have on the list there can they try in 2-3 weeks? That is a reality. Major General Anderson spoke about resources unlimited. Where do you put the resources? Security forces to prevent crime, or in the justice system to ensure that when you do catch the criminals, they are given justice? That's the dilemma that the government is facing. So you can go into Parliament and make all the laws you want to make in Parliament and make a lot of these things difficult for the criminals to get away with. But at the end of the day, when you catch them and they wait, Carlos Hill waited how long? 9 years? That's an extreme case. But you wait. The average trial waits at least 3 years. I wish you could find a trial that lasted less than 3 years from date of arrest and before the court to date of a result, regardless of what the result is. We need to understand that these are the dynamics that we're working in. So while all of the sociologists can do all this research and tell us what is happening to cause crime, when we do catch them, or we do find somebody to be charged for the offense, there is another slow system that takes place for them to be convicted and to get justice for the victims. The ratio of guilty pleas to trials is ridiculously low because people do not take responsibilities for their actions in this country. They never do. And when they realize that if they don't take responsibility for their actions and they go to court and they wait and they go to court and every time they go, the case is adjourned because something is not ready or the judge is doing another case that is much more important, or a man who's been in custody for 6 years needs to be tried before you because you just come. Eventually, the witness is going to say, "Cha, can't bother." And he knows that. Criminals know that. Because the system can only hold so much and no more. So all he has to do is buy this time. Especially if he's eventually granted bail. He's out there, he goes to court every day, reports to the police station every minute, and he knows eventually somebody's going to give up. Can't be him because he has no choice but to come to court. Somebody's going to get frustrated and give up, and that is where the criminals win. That's how they win. It's not always the brilliance of us, which sometimes it is, of lawyers to be able to, as they say, tie up the witness and get a not guilty verdict. It is just sometimes the system is overloaded to the point where people use it to their advantage. When you look at the reality globally, we're not unique. When I studied law in Barbados, the only thing that we used to worry about as students is the peeping toms. Bayesian men just have a habit of looking into women's bathroom for some reason and get off on themselves. That's the only thing we had to worry about. We could walk through Wanstead and Oxnard and all hours of night from the parties. We only had to worry about these men coming to our windows or to the bathroom to peep and look on you. I went back to Barbados on a visit recently. Now I'm 51 years old. My uncle took away my cell phone and gave me money to use in the payphone to say, when I'm ready to come back home, I must call him. I must not walk with my expensive cell phone because they will steal it from me. Barbados? I'm like, no, this is not the country that I was in studying a few decades ago, that the police didn't walk with firearms at that time. No, tourists are being shot and robbed for cell phones. St. Kitts went there. I mean, I'm one of those Caribbean persons that have been around the Caribbean, so I've been these places. St. Kitts, you drive around the country in half an hour. It's not much bigger than Port Royal. When I look at the statistics of how many murders in St. Kitts, I marvel. We all can't live in Montserrat. Montserrat has probably 1 murder per year, if so many. Grenada has a little difference. But you have the countries like the Anguillas, and I had written down some of them, where they're Virgin Islands, where there's very little murders taking place there. And one wonders. And when one looks at a global figure, and I do not know why the book I was reading on criminology says, it seems to be in countries where the temperatures are hot. Yes, Iceland and Scandinavia, Norway, very few murders per year. They don't reach 3 figures because those countries are cold. You look at India, look at Pakistan, you'll just be surprised how many murders take place there. I'm not talking about murders, I'm not talking about other offenses. The United States basically takes the cake. I think they're number 5 ranked worldwide per capita. Mexico also has a chronic problem. So you wonder, we're not unique in every respect, but we have to look about our own people and how we can do something for our own people. And my solution is if every one of us at some point in time can just help one young man, one young lady out of that inner city so that they can, because those are the hubs of activity where it comes from. Yes, you have the uptown criminals who sit down and devise how they can get into your bank account and transfer it to themselves and do all the white-collar crimes. So crime is not in the inner city, but the level of violence is predominantly there. And what we need to do is to ensure that we have a balance between whatever measure government puts in place in terms of acts of parliament and laws, and in terms of the rights of our citizens to a free society. Most of you here probably have an alarm company or in a gated community. In those inner cities, there's no such alarm. I'm sure, Mr. Bernal, when you were doing your O-levels, you didn't have to go onto the roof and study because you couldn't stay in your house. I know a young man, he's a lawyer now. During his O-levels, he went on the roof with 2 of his friends who stood watch to allow him to study to pass his exams because the community he was living in was at war. When he had to go to school, they followed him to the bus stop through enemy lines to get to the bus stop to go to school. A lot of us have never experienced that. But there are certain communities where young men come out of there and excel. I know another young man, I saw him, his mother called me in a panic years ago. And Thomas talked to him because he had no father figure in the household. And I called him to my office and I spoke to him. And he was going to school one day. He lived next door to the Don. And they came for the Don. And he witnessed everything in his own eyes. And he stood there, froze. He couldn't go to school today. He couldn't speak. When he was speaking to me, he was in tears. That young man got a government scholarship to one of our good high schools in this country. That young man got a scholarship to go to a university overseas because somebody was able to listen to his problems. When his mother called me and said to me, he won't sleep at night, he's walking up and down the house. And I called him into my office and said, what is the problem? He said, Auntie Jackie, I can't sleep. They run around the neighborhood and I broke people's house. I can't sleep. I'm the only man in the house. He's the eldest man in the house. So his job and his role is to stay up every night and walk around to make sure nobody breaks in. And his mother couldn't understand that because she gone to her bed. But he figured that is his role, being the man. So we don't necessarily understand what a lot of these young men go through to make it. And those that we can help, we need to help. Those that we can't help, we need to put them in a direction where it can be good. I don't think at every level a prisoner somewhere confined is well for them. I hear what Major General is saying about the heart program and what is happening, and I believe there's a program right now for young men. But I remember a young man, I got him a job. He went and worked for 1 week. Why he didn't go back? He said the money him can't earn it, hustle on the street, bootleg CDs. I got another young man a job, washing cars. When he discovered that he had to work on a Saturday, no, he got miss the football match, he can't work on Saturday. So the interest is not always there. And when you have young men who start out life hustling, and they realize, regardless of what they're hustling, whether they're hustling cash for gold, they're hustling herb, they're hustling bag juice, they're hustling CDs, it's hustling for them. To tell that young man to go and work somewhere and get there every day 8 o'clock and leave there every day 5 o'clock, and what he earns can barely give him girlfriend money to go to a dance. He can hustle that in 2 days. He mightn't eat again for the next 4, 5, 6 days, that kind of hustling, but he can hustle it. That is the context in which we are living in. That is the context of where we are. So once because we've done all the studies, we've had all of these lovely committees and all lovely reports done, it's just now, how do you now start to stem the tide? And to stem the tide, in my opinion, start with one young man. You go to your second and go to your third. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Excellent. Thank you, Ms. Jacqueline Cummings, for reminding us of the importance of taking our role in stemming the crime situation. Indeed, we can change society by changing and touching one life at a time. The final voice we'll hear is from that of Yvonne McCalla-Sobers. And she will bring an interesting perspective, that of an urban farmer and human activist. Welcome her as she comes.
Okay, right. I don't think that Dr. Claudette Crawford-Brown will be surprised at the image, the Hydra, the monster that we have helped to create. The genesis of this monster was always here. We have been a violent society for a few hundred years. So the violence was always here. But what has helped to bring it to this point? Why is it that, for instance, when I was a child, I could tell you of the murder that took place on Palisades Road, another one that took place in Portland. I could tell you exactly what the murders are. No, the monster. In fact, the monster is, we have been silent, and I think that it was former Commissioner Lewin who mentioned that it's our inaction, and in some instances our action, that has created this kind of monster that grows and grows. It grows each year. And I'll indicate some of the elements that helps this monster to grow. It multiplies. It's a hydra. It loves to fight. So when people talk about fighting crime, the monster loves it. Because with every head you cut off, 2 more grow. So the monster loves the fight. It increases it. Yeah? So that's not what we need to do. So for the next few moments, I'd like us to look at how do we put this monster in its place. I would love to think that the place of the monster is at Dovecot, but we'll come to that. But the monster in its place, not where it is now. As former Commissioner Lewin also said, over this period of time, over the last, let us say, 30, 40 years, we fell asleep. We fell asleep. And the monster grew and grew and grew. And the monster knows that we pay attention to it only when it affects somebody from uptown, a real person, okay, yeah, or when it comes close to us. So if the violence is in town, and I think has been mentioned here, and the monster is in town, but we are in Montego Bay, so we are safe. We're safe. We were safe. No longer. No longer. And in fact, I noticed that Portland, which has the lowest number of murders for the year so far, something like 2, and I noticed the other night that the monster is making its way there. In the same way that the monster left from Spanish Town Road, Maxfield Avenue, then it went Central Kingston, East Kingston, then it moved Red Hills Road, Constant Spring Road, then St. Catherine, and it goes on, while we were clearly asleep or in a fight which strengthened the monster. Right. Now, a friend of mine, a colleague, said, when you're climbing a mountain, how do you climb a mountain? And his answer is, you climb a mountain from the top. In other words, your mind has to be at the top in order for you to get there. You can't get there any other way, your mind. So therefore, what do we want as our legacy? What is it that we want? How are we going to live, work, raise family, do business, unless we have security, unless we can be safe? And I think that it was Major General Anderson who pointed out that we cannot meet these goals without security. Unless we can feel safe, we're not going to meet them. So our legacy, what do we want? The American Indians, original Indians say, some groups say, that when we act, we need to see what impact will our action have on the 7th generation. What we do today, how is that going to affect our grandchildren's grandchildren? How will it? And that's what, to me, we need to think about. So moving along, we look at the monster, and we are feeding it. It's got big. It's got huge. We are feeding it. The mouth is open. What are we feeding it on? Why is it growing? Why is it, in fact, having children, spreading its children island-wide? The monster. And we have talked about the violence, the subculture of violence, the will, not just the political will, but the societal will, all of us. We are not holding people to account. We have mentioned, there are a number of these that we mentioned, I don't need to go through all of them, but we have mentioned, for instance, the absence of legitimate opportunities and the existence of illegitimate opportunities. All of these feed the monster. We need to speak about the weak management systems all around, in government, in the police force, the weak management systems that allows, and accountability. Nobody in this country really wants to be held accountable. And so therefore we are not willing to hold others accountable. We're not willing to hold our politicians accountable. We are not willing to hold our police force accountable. If we do, those of us who can pay our way out of trouble would be in trouble. Accountability, we don't want it. But that is feeding the monster. It means that people can do what they decide to do and know they can do it with impunity. Uptown, downtown, crosstown, impunity. That feeds the monster. Of course, the strategies, you see, when you keep trying and you try and you go to Tivoli Gardens and shoot, whatever, lock up, and so forth, and yeah, the monster goes. The monster gets scared off. Sometimes it does. And it goes. It leaves. So Tivoli Gardens has been pacified. And then what? And then what? And so the monster grows. Tivoli Gardens, which used to be run by strongman Christopher Dudus Coke, is now run by only he knows who, because as you cut off that head, you cut off Dudus' head, several others, and you pointed that out, like several others are waiting in the wings. But guess what? Those who are waiting in the wings know that if we don't know who they are, we can't target them the way that Dudus was targeted. So, whereas at one time, and you'll know this, Claudette, you go downtown, and you know Chubby Dread, Zeke, you know the areas that you're in. You know if anything happens, you know who to talk to. Today, I don't have a clue who to talk to. No, because it's gone under, the monster has kind of gone underground because of the failure to address issues. We have looked on much of the others, the inequality exclusion. I think the absence of a safety net, I believe that those have been well addressed. So now, where is the monster going to be found? You notice all island, and I believe that, it was Dr. Gayle who mentioned this, but we have also looked on it across the island, everywhere. As I say, maybe Portland least of all, but everywhere, uptown, downtown, urban, rural, informal, gated communities, yes? Links, there are links all around. We need to know where the monster is in order to know what to do with it. And we need to face these issues with reality. Not with what should happen or to do like that or what might affect our friends or even affect us. It's affecting the seventh generation right now. Unless we do something about it, it's affecting us. So therefore, who are benefiting? And again, some of this we have looked at. But if we are to design policies that are going to tame the monster, then we have to look at issues with reality, with open eyes. Clearly, the gangs and the gang leaders are benefiting. I think there's a need for a slide change. There are gangs and gang leaders, yes, who are benefiting, obviously. Unattached youth, what else to do? What else to do? Communities that are neglected by the state, so the gangs have them as captives. They get back to school, funeral money, all the various services that they get. And so they do benefit. The politicians and the political parties, and none of them don't want to talk seriously or address it. But the other day, as recently as the other day, there was a politician whose car tires were slashed because the big man in his constituency felt that he wasn't dealing with the contracts the way that he's supposed to. Feeding, these are people who benefiting. Private sector, the private sector benefits, and I am willing to speak to that challenge if there is any. Okay, there are some fairly obvious ways. that when the Don becomes legal and sets up businesses, clearly he's buying cars, he's buying whatever it is, the private sector, there's the link, construction, private sector links. But I will say to you, and without much fear of contradiction, that, you see, the uptown and the downtown links. When a gang is going to smuggle drugs, traffic drugs, one of the ways I made to understand is that the gang chooses a route and they send uncustomed items along that route. If the uncustomed items are taken, it's no really big deal. You're testing the route. When the route is safe, then you send the drugs along the route. It's now safe. When the drugs can go along the route, so can more uncustomed goods. Okay, I close my case there. Thank you. Right. So therefore, of course, private security benefits. The benefit is obvious. This is the industry with the greatest growth. And of course, the others who benefit are those who are either corrupt, see the opportunity for further corruption, or, and this can apply to many of us here, turn a blind eye. See and blind, hear and deaf. And I'll just say to you here that, I'll just share an experience here which illustrates to me the difficulty of addressing and of choosing not to benefit. It could take a lot of courage, and sometimes standing up can take life. Because there was a situation in which I came by important information about a powerful person in this country. I didn't know what to do with the information. The person was that powerful. I thought, do I take it to the top of the police hierarchy? In other words, the commissioner and the assistant commissioners and so on. This person was too powerful for me to take the information straight. I then called a police friend and I said to him, this is what I know. Would you pass it on? Because I saw him 2 weeks later and I said, did you pass it on? He said, no. He said, out of protection for me. Protection for me. And of course, himself, but I was the source. It could conceivably have been tracked. So I'm simply saying that there are ways in which we are all contributing. So some of the recurring strategies, and I won't go through all of them, many of them have been touched, but they are recurring. It happened, we're going to send in more police with bigger gun. We're going to send in more soldier and bigger vehicle. We're going to, but a militaristic approach, which has not worked since 1867, but somehow we expect it's going to work now. Draconian laws, harsh laws. People, when the Gun Court Act was passed in 1974, we were having 200 plus murders per year. This year, we are having 200 plus murders every 2 months. Right? Every 2 months. but we had, as I said, some of the harshest legislation. What good has it done in 40 years? Reliance on fear. So somehow there is a sense that if we make the criminals fearful, police are coming after them. If we inflict pain, if there's loss, including loss of life, somehow the criminals are going to be really afraid. Sorry, they are not. We have tried preventive detention. That has only gone to increase the anger, gone to increase the trauma. The liberal use of incarceration, worse. But yet still we keep talking even now, longer sentences, mandatory sentences. I'm sorry, it worsens. It's a recruiting ground. Shift blame. It's not us, it's the families. It's the mothers, it's the fathers, it's the judges, it's the lawyers, it's somebody else. Of course, us versus them. And we keep on, even as we speak, trying to reintroduce what strategies have failed in the past and only increasing the power. So we'll move on. So, and I won't go through all of these because clearly I touched on them. And so, but those are strategies that have failed. All that you see up there, the evidence that they have failed is that the monster keeps growing more and more, and we are in greater and greater crisis. That is the evidence that it has failed. I'll move to the next slide. So some of these strategies. And I think that we had someone mention earlier the concept, I think it was you, Major General, the concept, the thinking, what are we believing? So clarify, what do we really mean by policing? We cannot mean what we meant in 1867, which has been mentioned here, which was the separation, the buffer. The police were the buffer between the property and the poor. We need to institutionalize use of technology. That has been mentioned. The priorities, clarify them. We need to build consensus. We need to agree on what it is that is most important. I want to look at the crime plan, a real plan, not a talk about, a crime management team that supervises that plan and holds the police accountable, the police are answerable, holding the public sector accountable for the social intervention, delivery, and I know that this was mentioned earlier, I think it was former Commissioner Hardley Lewin who mentioned the collection of fines. There is no shortage of resources for the police. Inside this country, outside, no shortage. That's an excuse. The next slide, we are. So, first steps. And I'm quoting here from St. Francis of Assisi. Start by doing what's necessary. What's necessary to me now, and we can rethink it, is addressing the matter of violence, addressing the matter of children and youth. That to me is necessary. And then what's possible, and I want to look at what's possible, as Jackie, you had mentioned, each one of us can take interest in one youth, just one youth. That's possible, right now, right now. We don't need to. And then, as it says here, after you've done that, then you are doing the impossible.
Thank you so very much, Ms. Yvonne McCalla-Sobers. 5 interesting presentations, and I know you have questions for our panelists. Just to reiterate, Dr. Claudette Crawford-Brown spoke about how do children become criminals. She emphasized 4 pathways, psychobiological drivers, the societal, social, psychological. What was interesting is that she emphasized the importance of replicating and sustaining what works and building on the gains made. Then Major General Anthony Anderson gave us a very interesting presentation from the perspective of the state, especially in relation to the measures that are being taken to deal with or treat with the situation of unattached males. One of the solutions he highlighted was finding ways for people to feel safe without compromising the rule of law, which is very, very important. He also mentioned the need to leverage technology and data, something that Ms. Yvonne McCalla-Sobers also reiterated. And then we go on to Ms. Jacqueline Cummings, who, in a sense, reminded us of the role of agency and the need for our on-hand culturalization and for capacity building. All of these presentations take us to question and answers segment of our day, looking at the crime monster, which was so adequately personified by Ms. Yvonne McCalla-Sobers. At this time, I'll open the floor for 3 questions. Any questions?
Thank you.
Yes, Ambassador
Okay,
Dr.
I think I can be heard. I've always felt that providing employment in that critical juncture between leaving school and finding a permanent place is important, and I've applied it many times, but here's the difficulty. What those jobs pay are so small in relation to illegal activities like scamming that there's no incentive for those persons to stick with the orthodox and conventional route. I think you made reference to that. So how do you get young people to stay in the orthodox course of employment, school, university, when they can earn far more from illegal activities?
You tell them where you started from. I tell them all the time. My first job, a church sister who owned a bakery, and I came home for summer, and I had nothing to do for the summer, and I said, can I get a job? And she says, go down there and tell them to find something for you to do. And I was earning $100 a week. And I was washing all the pots and pans in that bakery. And when crunch time come, I'd go out and help sell some of the pastries, and I would wash until my hands and things got numb. But I wanted to buy a jeans pants that I saw in Lee's. So I was willing to work that time because I wanted the money. I hear you. So if you tell them that I'm an attorney now, but I started off washing pans, they realize it's not the meaning, because the reason that they do it is not necessarily because they earn more, because they know what they're doing is illegal. They want to come out of the illegal activity and go into the thing, but they don't consider that job a proper job. It's slavery, they say. And they don't understand you have to start somewhere. Nobody leaves school and becomes a bank manager or becomes a head of anything. They start somewhere at the bottom. And once you preach to them and say to them, start somewhere small and then work your way up, because you won't stay there. Because the same young man that left the job after a week or so, I said to him, look here, the boss told me he wanted you to drive that forklift in the next couple of months, and you leave the job because you're tired of lifting cement, where you were being targeted by the boss to drive the forklift, and you can move from driving the forklift to driving the trailer, and then you can move from driving the trailer to earning, because you know how much money tanker drivers earn? But they don't see it that way. They want the quick.
Speed from leaving school to the BMW, it's a much shorter route for them to go into scamming than into working their way up. I'm just pointing to a real dilemma when you offer somebody a job and he says, look where you could be. That person says, I can have the material benefits of being there right now.
Could I use a quick case study to respond to that? I had mentioned in my presentation the issue of the KC graduate who was sent by his mother to New York to run a drug shop. He was 17 years old, and he came from the downtown area. He is now 48, going 50, and he's one of the individuals who I work with now. He actually lectures with me. I do a series of lectures where he parallel lectures in my Drugs and Society class. Because I brought him to the students because he's so insightful. His issue was that he wanted to become an architect. He wanted to be a draftsman. He has 5 CXCs. He has physics, maths, math, geography, and another subject. And he wanted to do, was 16, 17, this is 30 odd years ago, you know. So this is not a new issue. And he was from Rosetown, and he walked home, wanted to do one course to get into UCAS, to do architecture. And his brother said, you're going to join the drug ring. But I was just coming from English class, and I'm only one in the family, so and so and so and so. What made him go with his father's, his brother's, and his mother's urgings was the fact that he thought he could make money quickly. What has turned him around completely, he just did his CXC after 30 odd years. He went and did CXC, and he got, he's most likely going to get a 1. And he's turned on his whole life. He's not touched a gun. He used to hold an AK-47, whatever. What turned him around was the justice system in the U.S. He went over there, and for maybe 15 years, he was sent to her by Giuliani as a deportee. 30 years ago, he was sent back. He went to jail over 10 different times. He watched his brother killed and kill others, etc., etc. And it completely turned him around because of the rehabilitation and the reform that went on in jail. He did social skills, and he lectures to my students every year. He talked about social skills, decision making. He was able to, because they saw the brilliance in him. He had a path, and he was picked out of the prison population to attend specific classes, etc., etc. Until we do reform in our correctional system, where we can save, that's another area that we haven't looked at very much. I mentioned it, the correctional system can be used to save some of the kids, even when they're waiting on going to court and they pack up in jail. We cannot be packing up people and then they come out as same way that they've left. What changed him and made him think was when the judge said, you're going back to Jamaica because we can't help you. He didn't have any visa nor no proper documents, so he couldn't get into the normal system, and then he couldn't use their system. But the fact is that is the jail thing, the jail system that turned his head around and made him able to understand that the quick way is thing. He's right now working as a gardener, and he's saving up his money. He has every single value you could ever. I mean, go hungry rather than touch a gun. But what did it was the U.S. Criminal justice system. So I want to throw that into the mix.
Yes, I can comment here. I know a drugs man, right, was in drugs, and he turned around because of a pastor. He said the pastor didn't try to save him and take his soul or whatever. He said the pastor gave him a sense of self greater than the drugs and the money he was getting out of the drugs. In fact, he said that, having taken himself out of that and being unable to get back into it had made him a beggar when back to school time comes, because he is needing to find the money. But because of that sense of self. So I think that, yes, the money is important, but very often what the factor on the job that really makes the difference is the respect with which people are treated. And that is not a common feature in this country, unfortunately, but simple respect, but a sense of self bigger than the illegal things you will have to do to make.
Just a comment on that. Let me see if I can put it a little larger. So today, 1,500 young men begun the orientation program for the HOPE program. 1,500 inner city youth today. When we put out a recruiting ad for the military, if we have 150 spaces, 2,000 or 3,000 people turn up. So the reality is that the majority of young people just need an opportunity. It's not that, scammers are few. In the overall scheme of things, it's few. And so you have persons who do not go into criminal activities, and a large amount of them who can be engaged. Then you have those who are opportunistic. They will, depending on which way it's blowing. Those people are easy to get across to not, if they have opportunity and can see a different way. Then you have, of course, a small group, relatively small group, who are invested in, that's their profession, as it were. So the thing is that, so this is happening today, 1,500, and you do it you should see a trajectory, an increase in those numbers having an opportunity. Now, some of them will fall by the wayside, but you're hoping that the big chunk in the middle sticks the course, and that there's a clear pathway for them to constantly improve their circumstance, like you can describe.
Secondary point on that. To change that mindset, a lot of it has to do with resocialization. The thing that we have worked on in this project for over 20 years is understanding the importance of resocialization and how you go back to P.J. Patterson's values and attitudes. It's a change in terms of values which has to start from childhood. And this is where the children's piece comes in, because you can't change values and attitudes sometimes as easily with your older adolescents. But if you can start, you can do it, you can try and insert in those programs that you're running, the whole programs, you have to insert a piece on values and discuss things, show videos, discuss an important thing. But starting earlier through compulsory after-school programs with kids who are at risk, you pull those out. And this has been done, best practice model in the US for years. You simply start from kindergarten and you have an after-school program. It's not a lot of money. You use your university students who are free labor, and you pick out your, some skilled person, like a crazy person like myself, or some person, lecturers. Use the university consortiums to create these programs so that you have your at-risk children in a pool-ready group. And you make sure you infuse your programs with all of those creative arts and those therapeutic things, but you put in your values and attitudes, but you have to start from age 5, from kindergarten. And that is the piece that a lot of our planners and policymakers are lacking. So I want to just throw that in there for the mix.
So in terms of policy stream, so there's the early childhood one, and then I've seen the changes, having engaged people with CSJP, and I've seen them change. I have seen them change. We had nearly 500 of them at one time. So there's a continuum of things. The challenge is really, and the discussion is how you line up everything to get the result that you want. How do you line up, not only sequence things, but line up your resources in such a way that you don't have, a huge pipe going into a little pipe that can't take what you want. And we have to rationalize that flow to make it work. And like what Jackie was saying about justice, that pipe needs to be bigger, to take the flow.
One thing you have to look at is that one of the things that I find that there's a particular community next to our courthouse downtown that I used to drive and park right beside there. And I got to know all the women in that community. And I remember going there one day and asking a young man, when they were very little, why not in school? Don't have lunch money. Here's lunch money. Don't let me come back and see you not gone to school. Another young man, don't have boots. I went and read my husband's closet. Here's a pair of shoes, going to school. What had created is that situation where those young men had interest in them to say, okay, do something. But then I see another one young, why not at school? Get expelled. What you were expelled for? Fighting. Okay, go on to so-and-so and get into school. His mother took him to 5 schools to get this 16-year-old into a school, and none of the principals would take him. 5. So that young man at age 16 is out of school because he was in a fight. And he has no formal educational system to go into. So unless you have someone there to influence him to stay on the straight and narrow, he can be drawn straight into the trap of a Don said to him, say, carry this package, go up there, sir. Hold our grand.
The school, therefore, is a very important place where you're going to put your resources, as Major is saying. If you can use your schools and use your teachers' college, I was talking to Dr. Pinnick last week, if you can use those teachers' colleges and make sure you train the teachers and those guidance counselors and give them the skills to be able to link to resources, understand what tools they need to deal with what child, how to deal with a conduct disorder child, how to deal with a depressed child, how to deal with children who are coming in with fighting problems. You have to give them the skills and the resources to provide those kinds of agencies so they know where to send the children for what. I think the school is one of the places you can start with as your point of intervention.
Thank you so much.
What can we do to ensure that schools at least keep the students in school? I am very concerned, for instance, when children are put out of school for the day because of the length of the uniform or the tightness. I'm not saying that, but the length or the tightness. I'm very concerned when students are expelled because and I'm sure you meet expelled students in another arena. Those are some of the things that I do believe that we as adults, professionals, people who have had some opportunities can intervene in an education system, can intervene in a school.
I hear I have the last question. Jacqueline, what size shoes your husband wear? I need a pair of shoes.
Excellent. So thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. It has been an engaging. I note that you have a question, but perhaps we can carry on this.
Hi, Michael Edward James, Mona Social Services. We do the community engagement for the university. One of the solutions, I'd like you, since you're the Prime Minister's here, is that we need to take into consideration the internet and the amount of jobs that are possible on the internet. The problem with some of the youth is that the fact that they do not have any links to overseas, so they don't have a social security number to get some of these jobs. I believe if these jobs are widely available in Jamaica, not only we don't need the economies of Jamaica because the money will be coming in. Some persons already have it. They have their P&R cards. What they do is they do administration, graphics online, and they get paid through the ATM. They go in and they get the US dollars, and it's bringing foreign income to the country.
So one of our challenges right now is how we get 4,000 or 5,000 people ready to hit jobs in 2 months, 2-3 months, doing just that. But you see, the problem with doing that, you need certain skill sets that sometimes are not there. So we have to put up people through a program to suit them, to align them with these things. But the investment and investors are here, they're on their way. Construction is nearly done in a lot of places, and this stretches from Hanover, St. James, into as far as St. Thomas. So it's really what we're going to do. Initially, there's going to be an ability to match that. After that, it's going to become very difficult to find people.
All right, great.
So it's being done.
Okay,
all right?
thank you.
Excellent. Thank you so very much, Major General Antony Anderson and all the other members of the panel. Ambassador Dr. Richard Bernal will bring the closing remarks.
Thank you. I know it's been a long day, but it's been a very rewarding day, and you can see that the panelists are still very enthusiastic to carry on. I'm obliged to keep you for a couple more minutes just for some very necessary, heartfelt, and important thank yous. First of all, I want to thank the panelists who don't seem to have had enough time, but I want to thank all the panelists for taking time from their very busy schedules at short notice. And you can see not only their expertise, but the patriotism and dedication to addressing this urgent problem of taming crime in the Caribbean. I'd like you to give them another round of applause. A very special word of thank you to our moderator, Dr. Dacia Leslie, who up to this morning, was it? You didn't know that you were going to moderate, and then you thought you were moderating one panel and you moderated all day. I personally thank you very much. In addition, I'd like to thank very quickly the staff of the VC's office, Facilities Management, Crystal Clear Productions, AV Concepts, our caterer, members of the planning team, members of the facilities management, members of UWITV, and if I've left out anybody, I extend a thank you to all those who I omitted. I especially want to recognize the work of Mr. Forrest in the Office of Global Affairs and Shakira Maxwell in the VC's office. I close by saying I thank all of you for attending, both those in person and those by internet and live streaming. Let me close by saying that the Caribbean societies had become very demoralized by this escalating problem. Many felt there was no solution, no hope. What we heard today reinforced our worry, but it also encouraged us because you see that the region has the necessary expertise. I remain convinced that crime, like every other problem, has a solution and that we can find it and we can solve this. We have overcome in our history much more serious things, slavery, colonialism, etc. Crime is something we can get hold of and tame to ensure a better life quality for our people and to ensure economic and social development. I reinforce to you and reiterate that the University of the West Indies is always at the center of finding these policy solutions. We provide, over the last 70 years, an independent forum where all views can contend objectively and without fear of any interference. In addition, you see that every one of the panelists in some way has a connection with the University of the West Indies. They were either trained here, graduated here, teach here, research here, or have some other connection with the University of the West Indies. This reinforces us as an institution, but it also tells you the value of the University of the West Indies. And I say that in all modesty. Finally, all of this data-driven research and analysis that we heard today is the basis of what is going to be the policy recommendations that is going to control this problem. We're going to tame crime in the Caribbean. Thank you all very much.